Chapter 1143. Everyone's footsteps paused in front of a pitch-black cave. The entrance of the dark cave emitted a shocking chill, as if it was the open mouth of a giant beast waiting to devour everything. It was quite frightening. "Go in." He pushed the Sword Kings who had been grabbed by the shoulders and walked into the pitch-black cave entrance. Everyone was on high alert and released their divine senses to scan the cave, because they didn't know if there was any danger in the cave. Seeing that the disciples of the Black Sun Sword sect treated them as cannon fodder and let them go in first, they knew that it was definitely not a good place. Then, the disciples of the Black Sun Sword sect followed them into the cave. The darkness seemed to recede, and gradually light appeared. They entered the cave and came to the deepest part of the cave, the belly of the cave. The huge belly of the cave was tens of thousands of square meters and was very wide. The light came from a piece of ice crystal in the distance. No, it was not an ice crystal. When they looked carefully, they found that it was a pool of water that seemed to have solidified. It was the pool of water that emitted light and illuminated the whole cave. The pool was thousands of square meters in size. They also saw that in the center of the pool, there was a piece of land with a radius of more than 10 square meters. There was a tree about 3 meters tall on it, with sparse leaves and few branches. On the tree, there were 3 fruits of different colors. One was red, one was green, and one was purple. The 3 fruits each emitted a different aura fluctuation. The red was scorching hot, the green was light, and the purple was violent. Everyone could feel that the red fruit contained the power of heaven and earth of the fire element. The green fruit contained the power of heaven and earth of the wind element. And the purple fruit contained the power of heaven and earth of the thunder element. Everyone's breathing suddenly became rapid, including the disciples of the Black Sun Sword sect. As everyone knew, there were very few things that contained the power of heaven and earth, and every one of them was a rare treasure. The 3 fruits made the hearts of the sword of Gojosian beat faster, although they didn't know the specific effects of the 3 fruits. "Your task is to pick the 3 fruits," the head disciple of the Black Sun Sword sect sneered. "It's just 3 fruits. Do you still need us?" One of the captured sword of Gojosian said, "Aren't you afraid that we will directly consume the fruit after plucking it? It's a rare treasure of the world. After consuming it, it will take some time to refine it. Even if you pick the fruit and eat it, you'll only end up with your stomach cut open," said the disciple of the Black Sun Sword sect with a cold smile. No one wanted to be disemboweled. "What's in the pool?" Suddenly a sword of Gojosian asked. None of the people present were fools. Naturally, they knew that the disciples of the Black Sun Sword sect had captured them to pick the 3 fruits. There must be some danger that was difficult to deal with. That was why they were sent to pick the fruits and serve as cannon fodder. His goal should be to lure out the thing that was hiding under the pool. Just like the dracophant fruit, there were 3 powerful dracophants guarding it. In that case, the value of these 3 fruits that contained the energy of heaven and earth was even higher than the 13 dracophant fruits. Hence, there were bound to be guards as well. Furthermore, the guards were stronger than the dracophants. An unknown training beast that could make 50 Black Sun Sword sect disciples treat with caution must be extremely dangerous. Understanding this, everyone's heart could not help but sink. "You'll have to verify what it is in person." The disciple of the Black Sun Sword sect sneered. "You have 2 choices. The first is to be killed by us directly. The second is to pick the 3 fruits and give them to us. You can live. The choice is up to you." If they didn't go, they would be killed immediately. They were no match for the disciples of the Black Sun Sword sect at all. If they went, there was a great possibility that they would be killed by the claws of the unknown training beast. Of course, it was also possible that they would be killed by the disciples of the Black Sun Sword sect after going through hardships and narrowly escaping death to pick the 3 fruits. This was a gamble. The choice was up to them. Chu Mu's idea was very simple. He didn't believe that the disciples of the Black Sun sword sect would really let them go after getting the 3 fruits. However, Chumu planned to pick the 3 fruits first, because he himself was also tempted by the 3 fruits. If he succeeded in picking them, he would choose to stay and look for an opportunity to break out all his strength, even if he would be injured, to escape from here. This was his idea. As for the reality, he didn't know. Everything could only be done according to the timing. He could obtain the greatest benefits while keeping his own life. Otherwise, if he lost his life, no matter how good the things he got, it would be a wedding dress for others after all. In just a few minutes, the 20 captured sword of Gojosian had all made their choices. The first choice was to fight for it as long as there was a glimmer of hope for survival. Go! The disciple of the Black Sun sword sect shouted in a low voice. The 20 sword of Gojosian slowly walked forward to the shining pool. Standing on the edge of the pool and looking at the shining pool, they all looked dignified. The light of the pool seemed to be emitted from the inside, which was very strange. The pool was very calm, without the slightest ripple. It looked sticky, like a mercury pool, and it exuded a kind of darkness, as if a terrible danger was lurking. For example, an ordinary person who couldn't swim was sitting on a broken board, floating in the endless sea. He seemed so small. He was afraid that a wave would flip the board over, and he would fall into the sea and drown because he couldn't swim. He was also afraid that a ferocious shark would suddenly jump out of the sea and eat him as food. It was a kind of unknown. It was the unknown when a small human being faced with the infinite power of nature. The unknown would arouse fear. Taking a deep breath, the 20 people present were not ordinary people. They were sort of Gojosian, the kind of powerful existence who could decide the life and death of countless ordinary people with a smile. In the face of the unknown, at least they had their own strength to rely on. The distance between the edge of the pool and the tree in the middle of the pool was about 300 meters. Although they couldn't fly, 300 meters was nothing for the sword of Gojosian. As long as he used his body movement, he could cross it quickly. You go first. A cold shout sounded. Chumu suddenly felt the subtle fluctuation of palm wind behind him. Someone was vigorously pushing out a palm, intending to push Chumu, the sword of Gojosian with the lowest cultivation, out as cannon fodder. In this regard, the disciples of the Black Sun sword sect just laughed and didn't stop it. For them, as long as they could get the 3 fruits, it would be enough. They didn't expect the 20 captured sword of Gojosian to be able to get the 3 fruits. The purpose of capturing them was only to draw out the beast lurking in the pool. Only by drawing it out could they better kill it with less losses. In the blink of an eye, a pair of fleshy palms pushed Chumu's back as if they were trying to push a 10,000-pound boulder. The others sneered one after another, seeing that Chumu's body was about to be pushed out and fall into the pool. The 7-star sword of Gojosian, who pushed out his palms, only saw a flash in front of his eyes. The target under his palms had disappeared, causing his powerful push to miss. If it were an ordinary person, the person would have rushed forward after losing the target with a strong push. However, the sword of Gojosian had reached a certain level of control over his body and immediately stopped his forward momentum. However, a strong push came from behind. Unable to resist, his whole body rushed forward and fell into the pool with a look of horror. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop, but the force behind the push was too strong and exceeded the limit of what he could bear. The person who pushed him was Chumu. Under normal circumstances, Chumu would not take the initiative to attack others. However, when someone wanted to attack him, Chumu would not stupidly accept it. He would counterattack and even give the other party a taste of their own medicine. With a plop, the 7-star Sword King plunged headfirst into the pool, causing tiny splashes of water to splash out. In his panic, he repeatedly slapped the water and quickly swam back. He climbed back up, and there was no danger. Only then did the 7-star sword of Gojosian breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately he glared at Chumu and roared, "You dared to trick me! Go die!" The sword was unsheathed, and a cold sword light cut across the sky. The sword slashed towards Chumu, intending to kill Chumu. The others watched coldly from the sidelines. They naturally hoped that someone would be the first to test the waters and see what kind of terrifying beast was lurking in the pool. The expression in his eyes changed, and a trace of coldness quietly bloomed. The five-phase sword was unsheathed, and Chumu mercilessly swung his sword. It was faster, more accurate, and more ruthless. A huge force surged into the sword. The force penetrated the tip of the sword and instantly broke the opponent's protective sword vigor. The sword stabbed into the opponent's chest. The force was powerful, but Chumu had already held back. He only used the power equivalent to the peak of the 7-star late stage to avoid alerting the disciples of the Black Sun sword sect. This sword seemed to be very powerful, but in fact it was skillful. The tip of the sword did not hurt the 7-star sword of Gojosian. It was not that Chumu deliberately showed mercy, but that he had another purpose. The huge force instantly surged into the 7-star sword of Gojosian's chest through the tip of the sword. He only felt that his heart seemed to stop beating, his chi and blood froze, and he was powerless. Unable to resist, he flew backward like an arrow. In an instant, he flew dozens of meters away and fell again. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. With a splash, water splashed out, and the surrounding pool water was dyed red with blood. The 7-star Sword King waved his 4 limbs and struggled, splashing out even more water. The powerful force of Chumu's sword remained in his body, which could not be dispelled for a while. He could not move freely and was extremely frightened. "Help me! Help me!" The 7-star sword of Gojosian roared in horror as he struggled to swim to the edge of the pool. No one paid attention to him. They all stared at the pool water to see what was lurking in the pool and whether it would appear. Or was there no terrible beast lurking in the pool at all? "I'm fine. I'm fine." The 7-star sword of Gojosian, who had regained his ability to move, swam dozens of meters away. When he was about to swim to the edge, nothing happened. The 7-star sword of Gojosian could not help laughing. Just as he was about to climb to the edge of the pool, something strange happened. Chapter 1144. Is there no danger in the pool? A thought popped up in everyone's mind. The disciples of the Black Sun sword sect were also very surprised. They knew very well that there was a terrifying beast lurking in the pool. But why didn't it appear? Just as everyone was puzzled and surprised, and the 7-star sword of Gojosian was ecstatic, a black shadow quietly appeared at the bottom of the pool. In an instant, everyone's hearts jumped involuntarily, and an extreme sense of crisis surged in their hearts. The people at the edge of the pool couldn't help but take a few steps back. The 7-star sword of Gojosian, who was about to climb up, trembled all over. His pupils shrank, and he revealed an extremely frightened look. Then a black shadow rushed out of the pool in an instant, splashing a large amount of water. It opened its bloody mouth from top to bottom, and directly swallowed the 7-star sword of Gojosian into its mouth. It was only for a moment, but soon everyone saw clearly that it was a python-like head, a huge red python head that emitted a scorching aura. It could swallow a living person with just one mouth. One could imagine how big that head was. It swallowed the 7-star Sword King in one gulp, and without the sound of chewing, it directly swallowed the 7-star Sword King, causing people to be horrified. Not only did this training beast not continue diving down, its pair of enormous scarlet eyes emitted an astonishingly ferocious light that descended upon everyone. Its bloodthirsty and brutal gaze seemed to have taken everyone to be delicious food. Being swept by those scarlet eyes, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if a cold current had swept past them. All of their expressions became serious, and with swords in hand, they circulated all of their energy, dispelling that trace of coldness. The huge red head and red neck were covered with goose egg-sized scales. Each scale shone with a luster looking very tough and formed an excellent protection. "Kill it!" the disciples of the Black Sun sword sect ordered from behind. "Then you can live." At the same time, the red python's head opened its mouth and a ball of flame condensed in its mouth. In an instant, it spat out a scarlet flame stream. The temperature in the air instantly rose. The terrifying scarlet flame stream could melt steel into molten iron in an instant. With the strength of the sword of Gojosian, if he were to be affected, he would not be able to defend himself. The 19 sword of Gojosian all drew their swords and used their sword techniques to shatter the flame streams. Then they used their sword techniques again and attacked the crimson python's head. Over a dozen attacks landed on the scarlet python's head. Light shot out in all directions, and all kinds of rumbling sounds rang out. The python's tough scales were actually able to block their attacks, causing their hearts to sink. You guys go and support them. Remember, don't let the beast attack you head on. Just cooperate with those people to hold it back. The head disciple of the Black Sun sword sect said and instructed several late-stage 9-star sword of Gojosian. With the strength of the late-stage 9-star sword of Gojosian of the Black Sun sword sect, if they joined forces, even if they could not kill the python, they should be able to hold it back. Only then would they have a chance to pick the 3 fruits. The 3 fruits were the most important. The captured sword of Gojosian was just used as cannon fodder to reduce the sacrifice of the disciples of the Black Sun sword sect. The 4 late-stage 9-star sword of Gojosian nodded and quickly drew their swords to kill the python. The 4 of them joined forces and formed a battle formation. Their overall strength increased again. Under the powerful sword techniques, they bombarded the crimson python's body. Immediately, the scales were broken and the python was injured. Although it was only a minor injury, the crimson python seemed to be enraged. It opened its mouth and spat out a huge flame stream again, melting the ground. At the same time, the other disciples of the Black Sun sword sect took action one after another. They went to the side, intending to pick the 3 fruits. If that was the case, would the disciples of the Black Sun sword sect need to go through so much trouble to capture 20 sword of Gojosian and use them as cannon fodder? As far as they knew, there seemed to be more than one beast in the pool. One beast already required those cannon fodder sword of Gojosian and the 4 late-stage 9-star sword of Gojosian of the Black Sun sword sect to hold it back. With so many powerful beasts like that, they would need more people to hold them back. However, as far as they knew, there should be 3 beasts in the pool. They were the 3 dragon pythons. One of them was the crimson fire dragon python that had just appeared. The other 2 dragon pythons had not appeared yet. "Get ready," the leading disciple of the Black Sun sword sect said. They had to lure out the other 2 dragon pythons and hold them back. Then, one of them would go to pick the 3 fruits. When they got away, the 19 captured sword of Gojosian would be the last ones to bear the wrath of the dragon pythons, and buy some time for them to escape successfully. As expected, the other 2 dragon pythons showed up. One was cyan and the other was purple. In addition to the different colors, the aura they emitted was also different. The cyan dragon python's aura was the light aura of the wind force, while the purple dragon python's aura was the violent aura of the thunderbolt force. The 3 dragon pythons were a fire dragon python, a wind dragon python, and a thunder dragon python. However, the 3 dragon pythons did not completely leave the pool. Only part of their necks was exposed, which was enough. "Hold them back," the leading disciple of the Black Sun sword sect ordered. The wind dragon python opened its mouth. Suddenly, several meter-long cyan wind blades, which seemed to be made of metal, shot out. In an instant, there were dozens of them, all aimed at the disciples of the Black Sun sword sect. The thunder dragon python opened its mouth, and countless purple thunderbolts shot out from its mouth. Rumbling sounds rang out unceasingly. Every purple thunderbolt was unbelievably fast, and its power was extremely shocking. The strength of the disciples of the Black Sun sword sect was also extraordinary. They immediately drew their swords, broke the wind blades, and fought back with their swordsmanship. However, the scales on the dragon pythons were extremely tough. Even if they were hit, they would at most be slightly damaged. The three powerful dragon pythons showed their terrifying strength. The power of wind, fire, and thunder was terrifying. Hold them back. I'll go and pick the three fruits, the leading disciple of the Black Sun sword sect said. The leading disciple of the Black Sun sword sect said. He swung his sword and performed a powerful swordsmanship. Then he performed his body movement and shot out at an extremely fast speed like an arrow. He flew toward a small piece of land in the center of the pool, intending to pick the three fruits. Chu Mu saw this scene. If he fully exerted his real strength, he could fight against a sword of Gojosian at the peak of the 9-star level, and even defeat him. However, the strength Chu Mu showed at this time was only at the level of a sword of Gojosian at the late stage of the 7-star level. He did not show more strength because he had his own reasons. The most powerful disciple of the Black Sun sword sect moved and approached the tree to pick the three fruits. If he got the fruits, it would be extremely difficult or even impossible to take them away. When Chu Mu was about to break out his strength, something unexpected happened. A black shadow appeared at the bottom of the pool. In an instant, it rushed out of the pool and went toward the leading disciple of the Black Sun sword sect. This change was beyond the expectation of the leading disciple of the Black Sun sword sect. Before this, they had tried their best to learn that there were only 3 dragon pythons in the pool. But now there was a 4th one. In midair, Zhang Xian's figure turned, and he swiftly dodged the attack, causing it to miss. Only then did he realize that it was not a tamed beast, but a tail. A tail? A dragon python's tail? If it was a tail, why was there only one? Shouldn't there be 3? At that moment, the water in the pool began to boil, as if a raging sea was being overturned. Following which, a humongous figure appeared. What? Only then did the crowd see that it was not 3 dragon pythons, but a 3-headed dragon python. It was completely unexpected. It was not 3 training beasts, but 1 training beast. The so-called 3 dragon pythons were merely 3 heads. As the body appeared, a huge pressure was released. It immediately made the crowd feel heavy, as if they were carrying a mountain. Their mobility was restricted. The body of the 3-headed dragon python was dark brown. Its palm-sized scales shone with a black luster as cold as metal. The leading disciple of the Black Sun sword sect was attacked by the tail of the 3-headed dragon python. The 3-headed dragon python seemed to have 4 consciousnesses. It could not only control its 3 heads, but also its tail. It was completely unexpected. The disciples of the Black Sun sword sect could not pick the 3 fruits at all. Kill it! The leading disciple of the Black Sun sword sect roared. He attacked with all his strength, trying to take the life of the 3-headed dragon python. However, the scales of the 3-headed dragon python were very tough, and its defense was amazing. The powerful sword attack could only cause slight damage to it. It would take a long time to kill the 3-headed dragon python, and they would pay a heavy price. However, they had underestimated the dragon python. If they wanted to pick the 3 fruits, they had to do so. The 3-headed dragon python's attack was extremely terrifying. Countless fireballs, wind blades, and thunderbolts were constantly bombarding towards Yi Shiwen. It was a terrifying attack. As the wind blades slashed across the ground, trenches were cut open. As the thunderbolts fell, pits were blasted open. As the fireballs bombarded, huge pits were blasted open on the ground. Under the power of the sword, the hard ground began to break. Cracks appeared and zigzagged like lightning. It was a fierce battle. Suddenly, a 7-star sword of Gojosian was hit by a purple thunderbolt. His protective sword vigor was instantly shattered. He trembled all over. Purple electric arcs flashed and jumped crazily on his body. He trembled like a sieve, foaming at the mouth. His body was scorched black, and he fell to the ground, breathing less than out. He lost his combat ability and resistance in one blow. If he was hit by another one, he would be directly killed. The attack power of the three-headed dragon python was too terrible. Chu Mu dodged the attack and counterattacked with his sword while perfecting his plan. His brain spun rapidly as he ran various simulations in his spiritual world to figure out how he could successfully pluck the three fruits and escape. Chapter 1145. The three-headed dragon python had displayed incomparably powerful strength. With its own strength, it had held back dozens of Sword of Gojosian, and had even killed 3 or 4 Sword of Gojosian. The strength of the three-headed dragon python had definitely surpassed the level of high-level beasts, and was close to the level of super beasts. With a flash of light in his eyes, Chu Mu used the inch step to avoid a huge fireball that was bombarding him. The physical strength of an 8-star Sword of Gojosian instantly broke out, and the divine wilderness sword spirit poured into his legs. Under the explosion of the two forces, combined with the power of the wind and thunder rules, Chu Mu's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu had swept across hundreds of meters of water and was heading for the small tree. Chu Mu's action was too sudden and completely unexpected. By the time the head disciple of the Black Sun Sword sect reacted, Chu Mu had already approached the tree and quickly picked the 3 fruits. Damn it! The head disciple of the Black Sun Sword sect was furious. The tail of the three-headed dragon python swung toward Chu Mu as if it could shatter the sky. The purpose of the three-headed dragon python was to protect the 3 wonder fruits. How could they be taken away? And the goal of the disciples of the Black Sun Sword sect was also the 3 wonder fruits. At this time, seeing that someone dared to snatch the 3 wonder fruits right under their noses, how could they not be angry? In particular, the head disciple of the Black Sun Sword sect, Chu Mu, was personally captured by him and treated as cannon fodder. This ant-like cannon fodder turned around and used them to snatch the 3 wonder fruits. In an instant, the 3 wonder fruits were plucked by Chu Mu and stored in his space ring. At the same time, the head disciple of the Black Sun Sword sect slashed with his sword. This move was enough to shatter mountains and rivers and crack the earth. The tail of the three-headed dragon python also seemed to smash everything and shatter the world. The terrible pressure fell on him first, shattering the protective sword aura. The 5 phases armor bore most of the pressure, and Chu Mu's strong and amazing physique also bore the rest of the pressure. Under the high-frequency vibration of his muscles, a powerful force was generated, pushing Chu Mu's body forward in an instant, causing the powerful sword move and the terrible tail attack of the three-headed dragon python to miss. The tree was directly turned into ashes, and the small land where the tree was located was also turned into powder in an instant. A powerful energy storm rolled out, causing waves more than 10 meters in the water. With the help of the power of the storm, Chu Mu circled in the air like a swallow and rushed toward the exit of the cave at a faster speed. At the same time, he performed the 3 moves of the Wild Wind Fast Sword, the 32 moves of Wind and Thunder, and the Long Sky of Autumn Water. He attacked the leading disciple of the Black Sun Sword sect to resist his sword moves. Under the vibration of his muscles, Chu Mu's speed was extremely fast, and he quickly passed by the opponent. Stop him! To resist Chu Mu's 3 sword moves, the head disciple of the Black Sun Sword sect roared. The disciples of the Black Sun Sword sect drew their swords one after another. One after another, the powerful sword moves blasted toward Chu Mu. The 3 heads of the three-headed dragon python also turned around, pouring out wind blades, lightning, and flames as if they were free. They wanted to kill Chu Mu. The situation was unprecedentedly dangerous. If he was careless, he would die here. In the face of such an extreme crisis, Chu Mu was not afraid. Instead, he was excited. His heart was trembling and his blood was boiling under the burst of fighting spirit. Chu Mu's potential seemed to be stimulated a little. His speed also increased a little. In the air, he turned several times in a row to avoid the attacks. At the same time, he held a sword in each hand and slashed out, shattering the energy aftermath of the sword moves. Even so, The attacks were too concentrated. Chu Mu was inevitably hit. His protective sword aura shattered in an instant. The 5 phases treasure robe on his body resisted for a while before it was broken. The 5 phases treasure armor also resisted part of the attacks before it was broken. Chu Mu knew that he had to rush out of the cave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he was surrounded by the Black Sun Sword Sect's disciples, even if he burst out with top High God Realm sword intent and law force, he wouldn't be able to escape. Time was of the essence. He only had 1 breath's time. Even if I'm injured, I have to rush out. Chu Mu thought to himself. It was fine if he was injured, but if he couldn't rush out and was surrounded, there was a high possibility that he would die. Other than the Black Sun Sword Sect's disciples, there was also a terrifying 3-headed dragon python that made Chu Mu feel threatened. As for the other dozen or so Sword of Gojosian that were captured, Chu Mu didn't put them in his eyes. They were just a bunch of ants. After making up his mind, Chu Mu no longer dodged. Instead, he burst out with his fastest speed, brandishing his 2 swords to shatter the attacks and protect his vitals as he rushed out of the cave, executing the inch steps. Each step covered an inch of space. His explosive power was shocking, as if he was teleporting. Several sword attacks bombarded Chu Mu's body, shattering his protective sword aura. The 5 phases treasure robe and 5 phases treasure armor were also shattered. Chu Mu used his body to resist the attacks. His physique had reached the level of a mid-8-star Sword of Gojosian. Attacks below this level couldn't cause any harm to Chu Mu's physique. Chu Mu's 2 swords shattered the attacks. Although the power of the aftermath was strong, it was not strong enough to hurt Chu Mu's physique. However, when it fell on his body, he felt a little pain. Countless attacks poured in from all directions. Even the terrible attacks of the 3-headed dragon python were constantly bombarding him. Chu Mu had completely become the target, the only target. However, the captured Sword of Gojosian were all dumbfounded. Such a change was completely beyond their expectations. Why don't you make a move? Are you so naive to think that the disciples of the Black Sun Swordsmanship sect will let you go? Chu Mu suddenly roared. This roar woke up the people who were in a daze. They thought about it again. Yes, the disciples of the Black Sun Swordsmanship sect probably wouldn't let them go. However, some of them also thought that if they made a move now, they would really become enemies with the disciples of the Black Sun Swordsmanship sect. If they couldn't escape, they would be killed. It was very contradictory. Chu Mu rushed to the entrance of the cave against the countless attacks and was about to rush out. However, the attacks became more and more intense. Speaking of which, only a few breaths had passed since Chu Mu took action. Do it! The captured Sword of Gojosian roared and drew their swords to attack the disciples of the Black Sun Swordsmanship sect. They also moved to the exit of the cave from the side, intending to rush out of the cave and leave. In fact, from the beginning, they felt that the possibility of leaving alive after being captured was very small. In that case, they might as well fight on their own. This change made the disciples of the Black Sun Swordsmanship sect even angrier. Indeed, from the beginning, they had planned to kill all of these people after the deed was done, lest they spread the word, which would cause adverse effects. It was chaos. The cave was constantly bombarded by energy and began to shake. A large boulder fell from the sky. The first, the second, the third. Oh no, the cave is going to collapse. The disciples of the Black Sun Swordsmanship sect roared. Under the constant bombardment, the cave was damaged and began to show signs of collapse. Good chance, Chu Mu thought to himself. He moved forward with an inch step. At the same time, he drew his sword and bombarded the top of the cave to accelerate the collapse. As long as the cave collapsed, he would have a greater chance to escape. Some of the smarter Sword of Gojosian also attacked the cave to accelerate the collapse. The 6 eyes of the furious 3-headed dragon python turned red. Its almost indiscriminate attack also made the cave shake. Damn it, let's rush out. The leader of the disciples of the Black Sun Swordsmanship sect roared. Once the cave collapsed, they would also suffer. In order to rush out of the cave, the firepower Chu-Mu had to endure was reduced a lot, which made him slightly relieved. He broke out his strength again and knocked away one person in front of him. Then he slashed the two people who were blocking him with his two swords and rushed to the exit of the cave. At the same time, he kept attacking the wall of the exit with his swords. Countless stones fell down. With a boom, the cave collapsed. A figure shot out of the entrance of the cave like a cannonball and left quickly like an arrow. Then many figures rushed out of the collapsed cave and quickly chased in the direction Chu-Mu left. The person in the lead was the most powerful disciple of the Black Sun swordsmanship sect. Chu-Mu casted large success burning blood transformation. Essence, blood collided and burned, providing wave after wave of incomparably tyrannical energy. This caused his speed to increase by another 3 times, even faster. At the same time, Chu-Mu also performed the sword-controlling technique. In the trial field, it was impossible to fly directly, but it was possible to perform the sword-controlling technique. However, the consumption of power was relatively large and could not last long. Chu-Mu did not expect to last long as he could get away. With all kinds of means, Chu-Mu's speed was unbelievably fast. Although the leader of the Black Sun swordsmanship sect was strong and also performed a secret flying method, he still could not surpass Chu-Mu in speed. Seeing Chu-Mu getting farther and farther away, the leader of the Black Sun swordsmanship sect was furious. He wanted to continue to chase, but he was worried about the other disciples of the Black Sun swordsmanship sect. After all, the cave had collapsed. He did not know if they had completely left and if the terrible 3-headed dragon python had also rushed out. "I'll remember you. Next time we meet, I'll make you die a horrible death." Feeling that he was not being chased, Chu-Mu stopped Deshang's blood-burning transformation and the sword-controlling technique and landed. His robe was completely torn apart, with only a few pieces still hanging on his body. His skin had split open and a large amount of blood was gushing out. He was injured. After so many attacks, his tough body was still injured. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, Chu-Mu smiled. He had succeeded. Not only had he obtained the 3 fruits, he had also successfully escaped from the encirclement of the disciples of the Black Sun swordsmanship sect. Although the process was a little difficult and the consequences were quite embarrassing, he had still succeeded. He quickly took out healing pills from his space ring and took them immediately. The effects of the pills dissolved. Chu-Mu also urged his sword origin to accelerate the effects of the pills and heal his wounds. This was not a safe place. He could be attacked at any time. Chapter 1146. Terrifying wolf howls rang out. In the dark forest, dazzling sword light flashed, piercing through the void. "Kill! Kill!" Chu-Mu wielded his sword with both hands, constantly fighting. His entire body was stained with blood. The surroundings were filled with the corpses of wolf-shaped training beasts. There were more than 100 of them, and they were still increasing. Chu-Mu panted. He was very tired. Some of these wolf-shaped training beasts were low-level and some were middle-level. The low-level wolf-shaped training beasts were not a threat to him. However, the middle-level wolf-shaped training beasts were extremely fast and had agile reactions. Moreover, their sharp claws could tear apart Chu-Mu's physique, causing injuries. Even if he used the inch step, he would not be able to completely avoid the attacks of the wolf-shaped training beasts. Chu-Mu was also speechless. He had been attacked many times in the cave. The 5 phases armor and 5 phases armor had been completely destroyed. He had only relied on his tyrannical physique to forcefully charge out. He had suffered heavy internal and external injuries. Just as he was taking pills to recover, he had only recovered a little. Immediately, a group of wolf-shaped training beasts surrounded him. After suffering internal and external injuries, his strength had greatly decreased. His movements were not as nimble as before. Furthermore, he was heavily surrounded. Facing the endless attacks of the wolf-shaped training beasts, it was very difficult to escape. Chu Mu was constantly fighting. He wanted to carve out a path of blood and successfully break out of the encirclement. He could not help but mock himself. He had just escaped from the tiger's den, and now he was in the wolf's den. Fortunately, he had refined the wood form origin, and it was also fortunate that the trial realm's power would not suppress the wood form origin. The vigorous life force of the wood form origin constantly surged throughout his body, rapidly healing Chu Mu's injuries. However, the injuries this time were too heavy. It was not easy for him to recover, especially when he was in the middle of a battle. Constantly fighting, it was inevitable that he would be injured again. His powerful physique allowed Chu Mu to have astonishing strength and defensive power. His stamina and endurance recovery speed were also astonishing. Even so, Chu Mu still felt tired. It was a never-ending battle. Chu Mu suddenly discovered that on a huge rock in the distance, there was a huge wolf-shaped training beast. The color of its fur was darker, and its body was larger. It looked more vigorous. It should be the leader of this group of wolf-shaped training beasts. There were two methods. One was to break out of the encirclement and leave quickly, but the wolf-shaped beasts would definitely chase after him. The second method was better, and that was to kill the leader of this group of training beasts. Once the leader was killed, the group would be leaderless. At that time, based on the habits of these wolf-shaped training beasts, they would choose a new leader and Chu Mu would be safe. However, he was still several hundred meters away from the leader. This distance was nothing to Chu Mu. The problem was that there were still several hundred wolf-shaped training beasts in front of him. Moreover, after he killed them, the other wolf-shaped training beasts would continue to crowd over and besiege Chu Mu. Several hundred meters was like a natural chasm in the current situation. Squelch! Unable to dodge in time, Chu Mu's back was once again slashed by the sharp claws of a mid-level wolf-shaped training beast. Blood spurted out, but the life force of the wood aspect rapidly covered the wound, causing it to rapidly heal. The more dangerous it was, the calmer Chu Mu became. He gradually entered a strange state. It was as if all the pores on his body had opened. His vision became incomparably sharp, and his hearing increased by several times. He could hear everything that was happening. He had absolute control over his body. Seeing and listening to swords and touching swords were actually used at the same time without interfering with each other. It was a coincidence that he had entered this state. If not for the torrential rain on Sword Forging Star that had allowed him to break through the limits of his mental state and reach a new level, Chu Mu would not have been able to enter this state in the face of this life and death crisis. Under normal circumstances, seeing and listening to swords and touching swords could not be used at the same time because they would interfere with each other. Therefore, Chu Mu would only choose one of them every time. He did not expect that he would use all three at the same time without interfering with each other. Under such circumstances, the movements of any wolf beast were all captured by Chu Mu. The sword light in his hands was faintly discernible. Every time, he would either block an attack or kill it. Using the inch step seemed to have broken through to a new realm. Within inches, he avoided the sharp claws of the wolf beasts, causing their attacks to miss. The two swords danced, and the sound of swords piercing flesh rang out. Under the flickering sword light, several wolf beasts were killed in an instant, their heads flying. Chu Mu pointed his sword at the wolf beast leader not far away. A powerful aura gushed out, locking onto it from afar. This was a provocation, a challenge. The higher the level of the training beast, the higher its intelligence. Although the leader of the wolf beasts was a mid-level training beast, it was an elite among training beasts. It was much stronger than ordinary mid-level training beasts. Even if it faced an ordinary 9-star Sword King, it could still fight. As the leader of the wolf beasts, it had its own dignity and pride. Facing Chu Mu's challenge, the wolf beast leader let out a low roar. Immediately, the wolf beasts surrounding Chu Mu all stopped and retreated. The wolf beasts in front of Chu Mu automatically parted, opening a path as if welcoming a king. The wolf beast leader jumped down from the boulder and moved its 4 limbs, walking step by step towards Chu Mu. Its pace was neither fast nor slow, as if there was some kind of pattern to it. If one was not careful, one would be confused. The wolf beast leader seemed to be neither fast nor slow, but in reality, it had already started sprinting. The distance of a few hundred meters was crossed in a short 2 breaths of time. A fishy wind blew in his face, and as the light in front of him flickered, a few sharp glimmers ripped open the air and grabbed at Chu Mu's neck, wanting to rip it apart. In this dangerous moment, Chu Mu's body moved and he used inch step. In a small space, he narrowly dodged the wolf beast leader's sharp claws and slashed his sword from the side. The wolf beast leader was very experienced in battle. Its other sharp claw instantly blocked Chu Mu's sword and counterattacked. To be able to become an elite wolf beast, the wolf beast leader had experienced many life and death battles. Although its intelligence was not very high, its instincts were very terrifying, and it avoided danger. Its claws, mouth, tail, and so on were all used as weapons in battle. The other wolf beasts all surrounded Chu Mu, preventing him from escaping. With 2 swords in hand, Chu Mu entered a strange state. His control over his body reached absolute perfection. Everything around him appeared clearly. Although each of the wolf beast leader's attacks were very sharp, Chu Mu was always able to dodge them and counterattack. His internal and external injuries were very heavy, causing Chu Mu to only have a portion of his strength left. He was unable to quickly kill the wolf beast leader. However, as he fought, the life force of the wood avatar continuously healed his injuries and restored his physical strength. This allowed Chu Mu's strength to gradually recover. Although the wolf beast leader was very strong, compared to the endless amount of wolf beasts, the pressure Chu Mu had to endure was much less, and his recovery was much faster. Not long after, he felt that his wounds had mostly healed. There's no rush. Let's continue fighting. I'll wait for my injuries to heal and my strength to fully recover before killing the wolf beast leader, Chu Mu thought to himself. Even in this strange state, he still had a certain degree of initiative. Although killing the wolf beast leader would cause the wolf beasts to fall into chaos and ignore him, he still felt uneasy with his injuries, not fully healed. Chu Mu did not know whether or not he would encounter other dangers after leaving this place. Time slowly passed. The battle between Chu Mu and the wolf beast leader reached a climax. Chu Mu became more and more relaxed, while the wolf beast leader used its full strength but was unable to do anything to Chu Mu. Its low intelligence seemed to have understood something, and it became even more furious. In its fury, the wolf beast leader's eyes turned scarlet, filled with cruelty and fury. Its body seemed to have swelled up, becoming stronger and faster. However, it was still unable to do anything to Chu Mu. It swung its 2 sharp claws continuously, and claw shadows filled Chu Mu's body. In an instant, Chu Mu dodged all of them. The wounds on his body were all healed. Although his internal injuries healed slower than his external injuries, they were still 70 to 80% healed. After a while, he would be completely healed. As his injuries healed, Chu Mu also felt that his strength was constantly recovering. After a while, his injuries were healed and his strength was fully recovered. Chu Mu decisively swung the sword in his left hand. The powerful sword energy broke apart the wolf beast leader's sharp claws. The sword in his right hand moved from bottom to top. The sword tip trembled at high speed, infused with a tyrannical force, and blended into the wolf beast leader's tough fur. With a ripping sound as if cloth was torn, blood spurted out from the wolf beast leader's abdomen. The injured wolf beast leader became even more furious. It lost its mind and became even crazier. However, it was facing a fully recovered Chu Mu. unless the wolf beast leader was a high-level training beast. Otherwise, no matter how elite it was still a mid-level training beast. At most, it was comparable to some high-level training beasts. Huang Xiaolong's top high god rank sword intent was released in an instant. A terrifying suppression fell on the wolf beast leader's body, causing it to tremble. A trace of fear flickered in its crazed scarlet eyes. Merely a split second was enough. Chu Mu's sword cut through the wolf beast leader's neck like a hot knife through butter. A head flew high into the air. The wolf beast leader's death stunned the surrounding wolf beasts. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Mu activated his movement skill and dashed out, escaping the wolf beast's encirclement. Just as Chu Mu escaped, the wolf beasts all reacted. Their first reaction wasn't to take revenge, but to let out howls that carried a bit of sadness, as if they were mourning the death of their leader. Soon after, their howls became resounding and their fighting intent was thick. What followed was naturally the battle between the stronger wolf beasts, fighting for the new leader's position. Chu Mu was completely ignored by them. Chu Mu left in a hurry. At the same time, he used vibration force to shake off the dirt on his back. From his spatial ring, he took out a spare robe and put on. This robe wasn't a treasure robe, just an ordinary robe. Chapter 1147. It was as if they were walking out from the void of darkness. Step by step, figures appeared one after another. Each of them was wearing a long black robe. The long robes were covered with strange patterns. If one looked closely, they would feel some kind of profound mystery. However, they couldn't understand it. They just felt that it was unfathomable. 13. There were 13 in total. Let's go to Iron Blood City. The first row on the Iron Blood 100 Battles tablet belongs to us, one of them said in a low voice. Sixth brother, don't worry. This time, we will sweep through the 100 races like before. We are the Shensis of the temple. The name of the Shensis will once again spread across the 100 races in our hands. It turned out that these 13 black-robed men were from the Shensis of the underworld temple. In another part of the trial realm, a group of people who were originally standing on the ground strangely burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Nearly 10 tall and strong heavenly demon tribe members attacked separately. In an instant, the powerful beasts around them were all torn to pieces. Even the high-level beasts couldn't withstand their attacks. Golden wings swept across the sky, leaving behind faint golden trails. In an instant, they disappeared into the distance. The Shensis were the Shensis of the temple of the 100 races. Every race had a temple. For example, the human race had the Heavenly Sword Temple, and every temple would nurture a Shensis. The Shensis were usually selected from a race. They were extremely outstanding and talented juniors. To be selected as a Shensis, not only were they extremely talented, but they were also very outstanding in all aspects. They had unique talents and were geniuses among geniuses. They were the elites among the elites. With their outstanding talent, coupled with the temple's best efforts to nurture them after being selected as a Shensis, and with all kinds of rich resources, their cultivation speed was faster, their foundation was more stable, their strength was more shocking, and their potential was more profound. When the trial realm opened, it could be said that the Shensis of every race could enter. Of course, not all of them. The Shensis who didn't enter the trial realm had their own reasons. Chu Mu didn't know how big the trial realm was. He just kept moving forward. When he encountered beasts, he killed them with his sword. When he encountered rare treasures, he tried his best to seize them. He also had a goal, which was Iron Blood City. Only those who could reach Iron Blood City were true elites. Iron Blood City was located at the center of the trial world. The special characteristic of the trial world was that the closer one was to the center, the more dangerous it would be. The more concentrated the training beasts would be, and the stronger they would be. The slightest carelessness could lead to one's death. Some people entered the trial realm only because they wanted to temper themselves in the surroundings of the trial realm and search for treasures, until they were sent out when the trial realm closed. This was because there might be more opportunities in the center, but the danger would be 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times greater. Along the way, they encountered many tamed beasts. They were unable to find a safe place for Chu-Mu to refine the dragon elephant fruit. It would take at least a few days to refine the dragon elephant fruit. Along the way, he couldn't find a place where he could stay for half a day without being attacked. After a period of time, Chu-Mu encountered a huge team. There were more than 100 people in this team, and every one of them was a 9-star sort of Gojosian. It could be seen that there were 8 leaders among the 100-plus sword of Gojosian. The robes worn by the 8 leaders of the sword of Gojosian were obviously made of extraordinary materials. Although the colors were different, the style was the same. The patterns on the robes were also the same. It was obvious that they were made by the same person. Chu-Mu was surprised because he realized that the robes worn by the 8 sword of Gojosian were high-grade saint-grade robes. Moreover, they didn't seem to be ordinary high-grade saint-grade robes. Additionally, from the appearance of these 8 people, they didn't seem to be very old. Moreover, each of them had a different aura. The feeling they gave Chu-Mu was that they were different from normal people, like cranes in a flock of chickens. Based on this, Chu-Mu could tell that these 8 sword of Gojosian had an extraordinary background. Sensing the aura fluctuations coming from their bodies, Chu-Mu was even more shocked. Peak 9th, Heavenly Stage, Fortune Realm. That's right, the cultivation of the 8 leaders of the sword of Gojosian was at the peak of 9th Heavenly Stage Fortune Realm, which was equivalent to a peak 9th star sword of Gojosian. Some were at the late 9th Heavenly Stage Fortune Realm, and the weakest was at the mid-9th Heavenly Stage Fortune Realm. However, Chu-Mu sensed great danger from them. He had a feeling that even if he erupted with top divine grade sword intent and law force, he might not be able to defeat any one of them. In fact, he might not even be a match for them. Even if he chose the weakest mid-9th star sword of Gojosian, he might not be able to defeat them. After this feeling emerged, Chu-Mu's heart skipped a beat. He was extremely shocked. It seemed that his cultivation was only at the 5th Heavenly Stage Fortune Realm, but the power of his sword origin was comparable to an ordinary 7th Heavenly Stage sword of Gojosian. Moreover, his physique was very strong, reaching the mid-8 star level. His sword intent and law force had reached the peak of divine grade, and he had comprehended 2nd grade sword force, and so on. His strength couldn't be judged by common sense. Even a peak 9th star sword of Gojosian, like Shangguan Hua, would most likely die under Chu-Mu's sword in a life and death battle if she didn't use her divine armor. However, at this moment, Chu-Mu actually felt that he wasn't a match for the 8 sword of Gojosian. Even the mid-9th star sword of Gojosian was no match for him. This was the first time in history that he had felt this way. A strong fighting spirit suddenly emerged in Chu-Mu's heart. He wanted to fight with the other party. Even though he knew that he was no match for them, he still had the urge to fight. He took a deep breath and suppressed this urge. "You're alone? Going to Iron Blood City?" The mid-9th star sword of Gojosian with slender eyebrows asked casually when he saw Chu-Mu. It felt like he had been walking for a long time and was talking to himself after not speaking for a long time. "Yes." Chu-Mu nodded. "We're going to Iron Blood City. Let's go together." It sounded like an invitation, but there was no sincerity in it. It was just a casual sentence. But for some reason, there were some people in the crowd who revealed envious gazes. It was as if being invited like this was something to be happy about. "No need," Chu-Mu said. He didn't know who these people were, what their identities and backgrounds were, but even the invitation was so insincere. It could only mean that the other party didn't mean it and just said it casually. He didn't expect that Chu-Mu's rejection would make some people angry directly, as if he had done something that angered both man and God. "Who are you? How dare you reject the invitation of the 9th Shensi? The 9th Shensi invited you because he thinks highly of you and recognizes you. How dare you reject him?" Tell me your name and where you're from." A mere 5-star sword of Gojosian can be considered a genius to be able to enter the trial world. However, in front of 8 Shensi, no matter how talented he is, it's not enough. How dare he reject them? Chu also didn't expect that his rejection would lead to such consequences. It was as if he was being condemned by everyone. "All right, it's his choice whether he wants to or not," the 9th Shensi said. The 9th Shensi said, and the voices of the crusade suddenly quieted down. However, there were still many people glaring at Chu angrily, as if they wanted to rush up and vent their anger on Chu. "I guess the cultivation method you practice must be extraordinary, or maybe you're the body refining sort of Gojosian and have reached the standard to enter the trial world." The 9th Shensi looked at Chu and said casually, "Maybe you're a genius, but almost everyone who enters the trial world is a genius. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's better for you to stay at the edge of the trial world and train. Otherwise, if you go to Iron Blood City and face the foreign tribes, you won't even know how you died." "Let's go," another Shensi said. The group continued to move forward. The 9-star sword of Gojosian, who was walking at the back, stared at Chu fiercely when he passed by Chu and said with a grin, "Listen to the 9th Shensi and stay at the edge of the trial world. Otherwise, if I see you in Iron Blood City, you'll end up very badly." After leaving behind a threat, the 9-star sword of Gojosian quickly left with the other 9-star sword of Gojosian. Chu smiled and didn't refute, nor did he have any scruples. He also didn't plan to fight because it wasn't suitable. There were too many people, more than 100 of them, and all of them were 9-star sort of Gojosian. Even if there wasn't a so-called Shensi, he wouldn't be a match for them. Not to mention that there were 8 Shensi who were obviously stronger than him. He took a step forward and continued to move forward. He couldn't stay here just because of the 9th Shensi's words and the threat of the 9-star sort of Gojosian. His destination was Iron Blood City. That was the true gathering place of the geniuses of the 100 races. Anyone who wanted to keep moving forward on the path of cultivation wouldn't be afraid of fighting with other geniuses, because only by fighting with other geniuses could they improve better. Shensi. As he hurried, Chu thought, "That's the so-called Shensi of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Although he's arrogant, his strength is indeed very scary." Chu overall strength was very strong, surpassing many 9-star sword of Gojosian. He couldn't be underestimated. He also had his pride, and now this pride had met an even greater pride. That was an even stronger existence, an absolute genius that couldn't be ignored, the Shensi of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Chu also knew about the origin of the Shensi, but he didn't expect them to be so strong. Just a trace of their aura made him feel a sense of danger, as if he was facing the 3-headed dragon python. Perhaps they were even stronger than the 3-headed dragon python. "Shensi." Repeating again, Chu mouth opened, revealing a smile. It was a smile that was full of fighting spirit. Only a strong opponent could make him excited. "Iron Blood City, maybe I will fight with you," Chu said to himself. Now, he was indeed not a match for the other party. Challenging them would only be asking for humiliation. However, Chu had 13 dragon elephant fruits. After consuming and refining them, his physique would be raised to the 9-star level. At that time, his strength would be even stronger. In addition, there were 3 wonder fruits that had their own effects. In addition, along the way, he might find other rare treasures that could increase his strength, making his strength even stronger. Chapter 1148. Dark clouds covered the sky. It was as if a piece of lead had covered the sky. A huge, dark red city stood on the dark brown ground. Everlasting since ancient times, the iron blood of 100 battles. It was majestic, and independent of the world. It was incomparable, as if it was the center of the world, the protagonist of the world. Anyone who saw the shadow of the huge city would be shocked and tremble. It was an indescribable feeling. Countless people had experienced countless dangers along the way. They had been ambushed by countless tamed beasts. They had gone through many bloody battles, lingering between life and death. With their own strength, they had carved out a bloody path and arrived at the center of the trial world. When they saw the shadow of the enormous city that resembled an ancient mountain, they were all stunned. Iron Blood City. So this is Iron Blood City, low murmurs could be heard. Everyone was in a daze. Even the divine sons of the divine palace were in a daze. Speaking of which, the divine palace of the 100 Races was much grander than the city before them. However, this city had a unique aura that came from the vicissitudes of life and countless bloody storms. Iron Blood City had been through hundreds of battles. Even a saint-level expert would have to maintain a sense of humility and reverence in front of Iron Blood City. Iron Blood City was the masterpiece of the god of the 100 Races. It was the center of the trial world, and it was also the place where the true geniuses of the 100 Races clashed since the trial world had opened countless times. The dark brown ground was splattered with blood. Arriving at Iron Blood City, the geniuses of the 100 Races all felt like they were on a pilgrimage, as if they were heading to a holy land. This place was sprinkled with the blood of the predecessors. Under the reverence, another wave of heroism appeared, and they were in high spirits. The geniuses of the 100 Races approached and entered Iron Blood City from all directions. With one person in Iron Blood City, the geniuses of the 100 Races immediately began to fight for territory within Iron Blood City. Battle after battle occurred within Iron Blood City. The sun rose and the moon set. Day and night alternated. Torrential rain poured down. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. A figure shot out from the dense forest and landed on the ground. When he saw the shadow of the huge city in front of him, he was stunned. If someone wanted to kill Chumu, now would be the best time to do so. Unfortunately, the others here would also be intimidated by the aura of Iron Blood City. After a while, Chumu woke up and couldn't help but exclaim. In his eyes, Iron Blood City was the most unique and impressive building that he had ever seen. Incomparable. Iron Blood City, I'm coming. Chumu muttered to himself, his heart filled with determination as he strode towards Iron Blood City. They could see the silhouette of the Iron Blood City, but they were still quite a distance away from it. The closer they got, the more they could feel the pressure from the Iron Blood City. It was a huge pressure and an iron blood aura. The ground beneath his feet was constantly emitting waves of cold aura. Waves of chilling fluctuations appeared to be dark brown, but it was actually the color formed by the precipitation of blood. Iron Blood City, which originated from the hands of the gods, had an incomparably long history and an indescribable uniqueness. Although Iron Blood City was called a city, it didn't have any city walls. One could enter Iron Blood City from any direction and leave it at will. This was a city that was completely undefended. Taking a deep breath, the cold aura rushed into his body through his nose and into his lungs. It swept through his entire body, making Chumu shiver and feel refreshed. Walking to the edge of Iron Blood City, he could vaguely see human figures and hear the hubbub of voices. Iron Blood City covered a huge area. It was divided into hundreds of areas, corresponding to hundreds of races. The human race had its own area, which was located in the direction of the human race's altar in the trial world. If the human race's swordsmen didn't go around to other areas, they wouldn't enter the other races' areas. Entering the other races' areas without permission would lead to a miserable end. There were no clear rules in Iron Blood City. You could fight or kill as you wished, as long as you were strong enough. However, if there was no big hatred between the same race, you wouldn't fight. But if there was a conflict, it would be different. If there was hatred between the two races, it would usually lead to a fight. 5-star Sword of Gojosian. A mere 5-star Sword of Gojosian has come to Iron Blood City, and it seems like he is alone. Chumu's entry into the human race's area of Iron Blood City immediately attracted a lot of Sword of Gojosian's astonishment. Either this guy has practiced a god-level martial art, or he is a body refining sort of Gojosian. His body refining attainment is at least 7 stars. Someone said, the words God level martial art immediately made countless people's eyes widen. Their eyes flickered with a shocking light, but soon disappeared. They understood how precious a God level martial art was. Among the countless swordsmen, only a small portion of them cultivated a God level martial art. Although a God level martial art was good, it also meant that they couldn't be messed with. Even if Chu Mu didn't have a huge power behind him, and the God level martial art was only obtained because of his luck, any news would eventually be leaked out in the presence of so many people, which would bring about a fatal disaster. Of course, they weren't very sure that Chu Mu's martial art was a God level martial art. They were more inclined to believe that Chu Mu was a body refining sort of Gojosian. After all, once a warrior reached 7 stars in body refining, they could also enter the trial world. However, with only the strength of a 7-star sword of Gojosian, it was impossible for him to reach Iron Blood City alone. Being able to reach this place meant that his strength was extraordinary and couldn't be underestimated. Many people understood a principle. Swordsmen who dared to travel alone, who had survived countless dangers and survived unscathed, were often even more terrifying. It's you. You actually dared to come to Iron Blood City. Chu Mu continued to walk forward. Suddenly, a roar filled with anger came from afar. The last word seemed to have resounded in Chu Mu's ears. Then, an incomparably sharp killing intent locked onto him. A long sword was unsheathed, and the sharp sword pierced through the air. An incomparably cold sword light sliced through the air. This sword carried the determination to kill, and an incomparable hatred for Chu Mu. It wanted to kill Chu Mu as soon as possible. The moment the sword of Gojosian attacked, the other sword of Gojosian reacted quickly. They all retreated, as they didn't want to be affected. At the same time, they all looked at Chu Mu, wondering how to deal with this lone 5-star sword of Gojosian. The sudden attack made Chu Mu's hair stand on end. This was a sure-kill sword light. Chu Mu reacted quickly. He shifted his feet and used the inch step. An afterimage was shattered by the extremely sharp sword light. That sword light trembled and slashed horizontally, wanting to cut off Chu Mu's head. This sword attack was one that exceeded one's usual strength. It was a sword attack that contained 120% of one's strength. In the blink of an eye, it changed multiple times, each strike wanting to take Chu Mu's life. Chu Mu's figure also changed multiple times in an instant. Because of the battle with the wolf beast, the inch step had reached a new level. When he used it, it was even smoother and easier. He avoided every fatal sword attack. A figure appeared in front of him. A pair of eyes filled with hatred stared fiercely at Chu Mu. If looks could kill, Chu Mu would have already been torn into pieces. The 5 phases sword was unsheathed. The sword cut through the transparent air, leaving behind a faint sword light. That sword light was dazzling, causing people to squint their eyes. It was like a thunderbolt, like a storm. In the mighty and unstoppable sword light, the sword of Gojosian, who attacked Chu Mu, turned pale with fright. However, it was already too late to dodge. With a slashing sound, everyone felt a chill on their necks. It was as if an invisible sword had cut through their necks. Blood spurted out like spring water. His head was sent flying high into the air. It tumbled in the air, fell to the ground, and rolled a few times before stopping. His eyes were wide open, filled with hatred, fear, and disbelief. Not only did he fail to kill Chu Mu, he was also killed. After killing his opponent, Chu Mu did not feel uncomfortable at all. With a flick of his sword, he directly picked up his opponent's space ring and put it away. This person was only an 8-star sword of Gojosian. However, his identity made Chu Mu frown slightly. He recognized that this person was one of the disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect. This meant that the other disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect should have also come to Iron Blood City. They had great hatred for him. Once they encountered him, it was likely that they would fight to the death. Chu-mu naturally wanted to kill them. If there was a chance, he would not let them go. However, he also understood that the strength of the disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect was not weak. He was not afraid of one-on-one, but in a one-on-many situation, it would be good if he could survive. Therefore, he had to improve his strength first. Only by improving his strength could he solve the problem. In Iron Blood City, he could fight at will. Chu-mu could not properly refine the dragon elephant fruit to improve his strength. He had to have a relatively safe environment. Fortunately, when Iron Blood City was built, the gods had considered this problem. Therefore, in the area of each clan in Iron Blood City, there was a practice room. As long as one paid the corresponding price, one could enter the practice room to practice. The practice room was where Chu-mu wanted to go. In addition to the practice room, there were also groups of buildings in the area of each clan. There were rows of buildings for the geniuses of each clan to live in. Chu-mu rushed to the practice room. The disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect also knew that the person they hated had come to Iron Blood City and killed one of their brothers. They were furious and came out in groups to find Chu-mu. They wanted to kill Chu-mu as soon as possible. Not long after, Chu-mu arrived at the training rooms. The training rooms were arranged in rows in an orderly manner. The dark red color emitted a thick and heavy coldness. At this time, a group of disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect quickly caught up. Along the way, someone had provided them with information and learned Chu-mu's destination. Stop! A voice full of anger came from behind. The extremely cold killing intent was very fierce. It locked on Chu-mu from afar and approached rapidly. Clanging sounds were heard one after another. The disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect all drew their swords. Chapter 1149. A voice full of killing intent poured out like a storm. Soon after, the incomparably sharp sword light transformed into a torrent that destroyed everything in its path. It carried an incomparably resolute killing intent as it traversed the vast sky towards Chu-mu. The gorgeous sword light and the charming moves mixed into a terrible energy storm. Even the peak 9-star sword of Gojosian would tremble in the face of such an attack. However, Chu-mu, who was facing dozens of powerful sword moves, turned around in front of the practice room, glanced at the disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect, and took a step forward calmly. As if he had learned how to go through walls, he went through the wall of the practice room and entered the room. Dozens of powerful and tyrannical sword moves all bombarded the walls of the practice room. But the practice room did not move at all and was not damaged at all. The Iron Blood City was the center of the trial grounds. It was rooted in the land of the trial grounds and was carried by the trial grounds. If the trial grounds were destroyed, the Iron Blood City would naturally be destroyed. The small practice room was insignificant compared to the entire trial grounds. However, the practice room was rooted in the land of the Iron Blood City and the trial grounds. They were one, not to mention dozens of sword of Gojosian. Even dozens of powerful sword saints would not be able to destroy any part of the Iron Blood City. Damn it! I let him enter the training room first. A disciple of the Black Sun Sword Sect said angrily. The others also looked gloomy. They all wanted to skin Chu-mu and pull out his tendons. Only then could they vent their anger. They were supposed to get 3 wonder fruits. However, because of Chu-mu, they not only failed to get the wonder fruits, but also lost nearly 10 of their brothers. Now, another brother was killed directly. All this was the fault of that damn 5-star sword of Gojosian. This was a blood feud. They had to take revenge. One day in the practice room will cost 1 million low-grade essence elixirs. We will stay here, the head disciple of the Black Sun Sword Sect said in a low voice. That's right. I don't believe that he can stay in the training room forever. More than 30 disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect stood outside the practice room, forming a circle. Once Chu-mu appeared, they would immediately attack with their swords and kill Chu-mu. There were a total of 36 people, and the weakest among them was a mid-stage 8-star sort of Gojosian. Every single one of them exuded an astonishing aura. Murderous aura and baleful aura condensed and circled around them. It was so shocking that it attracted many sort of Gojosian. "What's going on?" someone asked in a low voice. "I don't know either." "They are disciples of the Black Sun sword sect. It seems that they are waiting here for their enemy to come out of the training room." A disciple of the Black Sun sword sect? Isn't that the disciple of a dominator in the Black Sun galaxy? Who would be so unlucky as to provoke them? It seems to be a person, a 5-star sort of Gojosian. What? A 5-star sort of Gojosian provoking a disciple of the Black Sun sword sect? Are you kidding me? Some people were curious, while others were disdainful. Such a battle was not worth mentioning compared to a battle with an alien race. After entering the training room, Chumu felt that 1,000,000 low-grade essence cores in his infinite space ring were missing. Low-grade origin pills. Before entering the trial world, he had over 10 million of them. After entering the trial world, he had killed a few sword kings with evil intentions and obtained many low-grade origin pills. It was enough for Chumu to stay in the training room for 10 to 20 days. Besides, there were also many mid-grade essence cores. 100,000 mid-grade essence cores were equivalent to 1,000,000 low-grade essence cores, which was enough for him to consume. Without worrying about the essence cores, Chumu shifted his focus to the improvement of his strength. However, he did not consume the dragon elephant fruit directly. Instead, he took out the other 3 fruits. Ever since he obtained them, Chumu did not have the time to observe them properly. The process of obtaining these 3 fruits was very dangerous. If not for his strong physique, he would not have been able to leave alive. However, Chumu was happy that he was able to obtain these 3 fruits in the end. The red, green, and purple fruits each gave off a different aura. When he held them in his hand, he could feel different powers: scorching, light, and violent, the power of fire, wind, and thunder. Upon closer inspection, he found that each fruit was similar in appearance, except for the different colors. They were all covered with fine lines. The lines seemed chaotic, but they were actually mysterious. The lines were also different. These 3 fruits reminded Chumu of the 5 elements spiritual fruit that he had seen in the Archean world. At least in terms of aura, they were similar. However, the aura of the 5 elements spiritual fruit was the power of the 5 elements, while the aura of these 3 fruits was the power of fire, wind, and thunder. As he observed and felt, he searched for knowledge in his mind. Gradually, Chumu's eyes lit up as he found information about these 3 fruits. There were 2 types of fruits that contained the power of heaven and earth. One was the spiritual fruit, which was used to raise the level of the power of heaven and earth. For example, the 5 elements spiritual fruit was used to raise the level of the power of heaven and earth. It was used to raise the power of heaven and earth from a lower level to a higher level. Using the power of the natural order as an example, it could raise the power of earth level to heaven level to a higher level, and even reach God level. As for the level of increase, it was directly related to the power of heaven and earth that the spiritual fruit contained. Apart from the spiritual fruit, there was another type of fruit that contained the power of heaven and earth. It was called the origin fruit. The function of the origin fruit was not to raise the level of the power of heaven and earth, but to deepen the control of the power of heaven and earth. For example, the power of the natural order was divided into 5 levels: basic, nuance, subtle, daymeld, and chaos. The level of mastery did not have a direct impact on the power of the natural order. In other words, it was impossible to raise the level of the power of the natural order. However, after raising the level of mastery, one could use the power of the natural order better and achieve greater goals with less consumption. Most importantly, when the mastery of the power of the natural order was raised to the subtle level, one would be able to cultivate the force field, which was a magical cultivation technique and magical power. However, it was difficult to raise the mastery of the power of the natural order. It was very impressive for the sword of Gojoseon to be able to raise the mastery of the power of the natural order to the subtle level. In the entire 5-element sword sect, only a very small number of disciples could achieve this. Most of the swordsmen who cultivated the power of the natural order to the subtle level were Nirvana realm swordsmen. Of course, some true geniuses could also cultivate the power of the natural order to the subtle level when they were in the Nirvana realm. As for the eternal realm sword saints, the power of heaven and earth that they had mastered would undergo another transformation and surpass the natural order. Of the various ruled powers Chu-Mu currently grasped, he only grasped the metal and water rules. Due to some fortuitous encounter, he had successfully broken through and grasped the microscopic realm. As for the wood law, Chu-Mu also had a feeling that because of the wood aspect origin, the wood law would break through faster than the other laws. It would definitely break through and reach the subtle level within the next few years. Although it was still far from the subtle level, it was at least one step closer. Chu-Mu was also a very ambitious person. Ever since he learned about the magical power of the force field, he wanted to cultivate it very much. However, there was still a big gap between him and the cultivation of the force field. Moreover, there was not only one type of force field, but many types. They were based on the power of heaven and earth, or the power of the natural order. Every type of power of the natural order that reached the subtle level could cultivate a force field. Of course, if 2 types of power of the natural order reached the subtle level, it was also possible to cultivate a force field that contained 2 types of power. The more power a force field contained, the stronger it would be. However, the difficulty of cultivation would also increase exponentially. Chu-Mu's current level was still very far away from cultivating a force field. He did not even have any cultivation techniques for cultivating a force field. However, he had to make preparations as soon as possible. Chu-Mu's idea was that the more power of the natural order reached the subtle level, the better. When the time came to cultivate a force field, even if he could not cultivate a more profound force field, he would have more options. However, it was very difficult to improve the level of the natural order. This time, he had obtained 3 wonder fruits. Chu-Mu's heart was filled with indescribable excitement. Fire origin fruit, wind origin fruit, and lightning origin fruit. After consuming and refining the 3 origin fruits, Chu-Mu concluded that his fire, wind, and thunder rules could all rise to the minute subtlety level. As for which level of the minute subtlety level, he couldn't be sure. However, as long as he could enter the minute subtlety level without any side effects, he would be very lucky. Even if he could not cultivate a force field to the subtle level for the time being, the improvement of the level of the natural order could also indirectly increase Chu-Mu's strength. Gradually, the excitement in his heart calmed down. However, Chu-Mu's gaze was still burning as he looked at the 3 origin fruits. According to his judgment, the power of heaven and earth contained in the 3 origin fruits could only allow his power of the natural order to reach the subtle level. If he wanted to go from the subtle level to the subtle level, it would still not be enough. He would have to grow for at least a few thousand years. However, refining the origin fruits would require even more time. Chu-Mu decided to refine the dragon elephant fruit first. As for the origin fruits, it would not be too late to refine them when he had sufficient time. After all, even if he refined the 3 origin fruits, his strength would not increase by much. However, if he refined the 13 dragon elephant fruits, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. It would be obvious at a glance who was better and who was worse. After putting the 3 origin fruits into his space ring, Chu-Mu heaved a sigh of relief. He calmed himself down and took out the 13 dragon elephant fruits. He arranged them in a row and placed them in front of him. Then, with a thought, a dragon elephant fruit flew into Chu-Mu's mouth. The dragon elephant fruit was about the size of a fist. Chu-Mu opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. He controlled his mouth and esophagus and swallowed the dragon elephant fruit directly into his stomach. Then he used the strength of his muscles to shatter the dragon-elephant fruit and speed up its digestion. There was a core in the dragon-elephant fruit that contained a certain amount of energy. It would be a waste to throw it away. Hence, he shattered it and digested it. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged out. Chapter 1150. In the center of the huge Iron Blood City, there was a very wide open space. In the center of the open space stood a dark red stone tablet. The stone tablet was at least 1,000 meters tall, and it was like a sword that pointed to the sky of the trial world. In the sky above Iron Blood City, with the black steel as the center, there was a gray vortex surrounded by dark clouds. It looked like a tunnel, a space-time tunnel that led to an unknown and mysterious place. On the 1,000-meter tall, sword-shaped, dark red steel, there were rows upon rows of words. They were all names, and after the names, there were also the corresponding races. There were a total of 1,000 names listed down. This steel was called the Iron Blood Battle Steel. The Iron Blood Battle Steel was also created by the gods. It was built together with Iron Blood City and was one with Iron Blood City. Thousands of meters away from the Iron Blood Battle Steel, there were many people gathered in the open space around the steel. They were all different. There was the god of Underworld Clan, who wore a mysterious black robe and emitted a cold aura. There was the Earth Demon Clan, who was short and ugly with a ferocious face. There was the Heavenly Demon Clan, who was tall and didn't look like a human. Of course, there was also the Human Swordsman. Among the 100 races, the god of Underworld Clan is still the strongest. We, the Underworld God Clan, have occupied the first place of the Iron Blood Battle ranking list many times in a row. We are the strongest clan. The Iron Blood Battle Steel should be rebuilt in the shape that we like, the shape of a sword. Back then, when the gods opened up the Trial Realm and built Iron Blood City, they also built the Iron Blood Battle Steel. Because our human race's sword god defeated the gods of the other races, the Iron Blood Battle Steel was built in the shape of a sword. The sword is the representative of the human race. Although there are other races that can use swords, they're not like the human race who specializes in swords. For the human race, the sword is not only used for cultivation, but also for defense and killing. It is also a symbol, a totem, and the belief of the swordsman. Just as the human swordsman said, the sword god of the human race was the strongest among the gods of the 100 races. Therefore, the Iron Blood Battle Steel was built in the shape of a human sword. Now that the gods had fallen, others naturally did not have the ability to rebuild the Iron Blood Battle Steel. Even now, the strongest of the various races did not have the ability to do so. Taking a step back, even if they had the ability to rebuild the Iron Blood Battle Steel, they did not have the ability to enter the trial world. The trial world was created by the joint efforts of the gods of the 100 races. Without the power of a god, it was impossible to force one's way into the trial world. Thus, the Iron Blood 100 battles, steel, had been passed down in the form of a human sword ever since its construction. Changing the appearance of the Iron Blood Battle Steel was something that the god of Underworld Clan and other clans wanted to do, but no one could do it. But it had to be said that this was a great irony. Since the fall of the sword god of the human tribe, the powerful human tribe began to decline, as if it had reached its peak and then declined. It had once fallen from being the most powerful tribe. Now, it had fallen below the top 10. It had been nearly 10,000 years since the trial world was reopened. Every 100 years, the first place on the Iron Blood Battle Steel was mostly from the god of Underworld Clan, with a small number from the Earth Demon Tribe and the Heavenly Demon Tribe. Apart from these 3 clans, no other genius from any other race could take first place. Not to mention first place, the human tribe had not even taken third place for many years. The decline of the human tribe was not just for show. The strength of the god of Underworld Clan was not just for show, but for real strength. Outside the practice room, the 36 disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect were still there. They had been waiting here for 6 days. The person they wanted to hate was still in the practice room. 6 days of waiting did not diminish the hatred in their hearts. Instead, with the passage of time, it continued to settle. It seemed that the murderous aura had dissipated, but in fact it was restrained. It gathered in their hearts and in their bodies, constantly brewing. Once it erupted, it would only be more terrifying. Dozens of people were waiting for a 5-star sort of Gojosian. At first, when the news spread, many people were still interested. However, after a few days, nothing happened, so everyone gradually lost interest. Only those sort of Gojosian who wanted to enter the practice room would casually ask about it. "What are they doing?" the 9th prince asked casually when he passed by and saw the people of the Black Sun Sword sect. 9th prince, they are disciples of the Black Sun Sword sect. They are waiting for their enemy to leave the practice room. It is said that their enemy is a 5-star sort of Gojosian. There were a few 9-star sort of Gojosian beside the 9th prince. One of them replied respectfully and in detail. 5-star sort of Gojosian. The 9th prince's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard this. In his memory, he seemed to have seen a 5-star sort of Gojosian not long ago. The sword monarch's memory was amazing, especially the 9th Shensi, who could be called a monstrous genius. His memory was also unique. As long as he wanted to, he could even remember the details of things that happened decades ago, not to mention things that happened a while ago. A while ago, he had seen Chu Mu. However, because he didn't put Chu Mu in his eyes at all, his memory was fuzzy. Some time ago, on our way to Iron Blood City, we met a 5-star sort of Gojosian, but it shouldn't be him, the 9-star sort of Gojosian said. He was the one who threatened Chu Mu. Hearing this, the 9th prince had an impression of him. However, he only responded with an "oh" and did not care. To him, no matter if it was a 5-star sort of Gojosian with extraordinary talent or a disciple of a dominator force, the Black Sun Sword sect, they could not attract his attention. This was because he was a prince, the prince of the Heavenly Sword Hall. He had a high status, and he was not even afraid of the sect master of a dominator force. There were only 9 bodies in the Heavenly Sword Hall, and every one of them was groomed to be the Hall Master of the Heavenly Sword Hall. In other words, the position of the Grand Hall Master of the Heavenly Sword Hall was held by one of the princes after they grew stronger. In the training room, Chu Mu did not know what was happening outside. On the 6th day since he entered, he was refining the 8th dragon elephant fruit. He was refining it at a speed of a little more than 1 fruit a day. The power released by the dragon elephant fruit was very strong. It was like a torrent that washed through Chu Mu's body. It was like a torrential river, and no part of his body was left untouched. This power was very domineering, as if a dragon elephant was running. Chu Mu used the astral calamity technique and continuously suppressed and refined this domineering power, integrating it into his body and strengthening every part of his body. After 6 consecutive days of non-stop cultivation, Chu Mu could clearly feel that his body was constantly getting stronger. From the middle of the 8-star realm, it kept improving until it reached the peak of the 8-star realm. Then it successfully broke through and reached the later stage of the 8-star realm. As it was refined, it continued to strengthen until it reached the peak of the 8-star realm. Then it broke through again and reached the peak of the 8-star realm. At this moment, Chu Mu's physical strength had reached the peak of the 8-star realm. He had finished refining the 8th dragon elephant fruit. The peak of the 8-star realm's physical strength was much stronger than that of the middle of the 8-star realm. However, it was still not enough. Without a major breakthrough, the increase in strength was still insufficient. Iron Blood City was the place where the geniuses of the 100 clans gathered. There were many powerful king realm cultivators. His strength was not enough. As for the disciples of the Black Sun Sword sect, Chu Mu did not pay much attention to them. There are still 5 dragon elephant fruits left. It's enough for my physical strength to break through to the 9-star realm. Moreover, it seems like it's not just a breakthrough. Chu Mu thought to himself. The effect of the dragon elephant fruit was better than he had expected. However, after refining 8 dragon elephant fruits consecutively, Chu Mu did not feel a trace of the bloodline power of the dragon elephant fruit. The probability of that was too low. With a thought, the 9th dragon elephant fruit flew up automatically and entered Chu Mu's mouth again. He swallowed, crushed, and digested the fruit into energy that swept through his body and refined it. After refining the 9th dragon elephant fruit, Chu Mu suddenly felt a strange energy in his body. That energy was very subtle, but extremely tough. Chu Mu could vaguely hear the roar of a dragon elephant. That subtle and tough energy entered Chu Mu's blood and flowed continuously. Chu Mu felt that his bloodline was undergoing some kind of change. It was about to be forcefully changed. Chu Mu's heart skipped a beat. He immediately knew that the dragon elephant fruit could contain a sliver of the dragon elephant bloodline power and a sliver of desolation. That trace of bloodline power was extremely tough. It wanted to forcefully change Chu Mu's bloodline. Once it was changed, dragon elephant scales would grow on Chu Mu's skin. At that time, his defense and strength would increase tremendously. His strength would increase exponentially. However, there were pros and cons. The pros were obvious, but the cons were also obvious. It was that he would become a ferocious beast in human form. He would have a torso like a human, but with scales that only beasts would have. In that case, he would no longer be part of the human race and would not be recognized by the human race. Those who are not of the human race will have different intentions. This was not just a saying. The change in bloodline would subtly affect one's character, way of thinking, and habits. Eventually, one would leave the human race and become completely different. Chu Mu would never accept becoming a non-human, no matter how much his strength would increase. Therefore, he used his divine will to attack, and when it came into contact with the tenacious bloodline power, it shattered. The bloodline power was unexpectedly tough. Fortunately, it wasn't much, only a sliver. Under Chu Mu's powerful divine remembrance, it could only resist tenaciously for a dozen breaths of time before obediently shattering, unable to resist. If this sliver of bloodline power was 10 times more powerful, Chu Mu probably wouldn't have been able to do anything. The shattered bloodline power transformed into an even purer energy that instantly surged out. Vaguely, Chu Mu seemed to hear a kacha sound, as if something had been shattered. An incomparably tyrannical energy surged within his body. 9 stars! Chapter 1151. The powerful energy was like a tsunami, washing through every muscle in his physique. His organs, bones, veins, muscles, and skin were all filled with powerful energy. It was shocking. It was as if he could destroy a mountain and shatter the earth with just a little bit of strength. 9 stars. Breakthrough. His physique had a breakthrough. From the level of an 8-star sword of Gojosian to the level of a 9-star sword of Gojosian. His strength had increased tenfold. Beginner 9-star. There were still 4 dragon elephant fruits left. Chu Mu was not in a hurry to leave the training room. Instead, he continued to refine the dragon elephant fruits. The breakthrough in his physique allowed him to refine the dragon elephant fruits faster. In less than a day, Chu Mu had refined the remaining 4 dragon elephant fruits. He was lucky that he encountered one of the dragon elephant fruits and triggered a trace of the dragon elephant bloodline. Once again, it was crushed by Chu Mu and turned into pure energy to strengthen his physique. He opened his 5 fingers and clenched them gently. It was as if he was going to crush the void. An intense explosion rang out from his palm. A terrifying airflow gushed out from the gaps in his palm and surged into the training room, stirring up many cyclones. Beginner 9-star, close to the peak. With a few more dragon elephant fruits, I might be able to break through to intermediate 9-star, Chu Mu said regretfully. There was still a gap between the peak of beginner 9-star and intermediate 9-star. 9 dragon elephant fruits allowed him to break through from intermediate 8-star to beginner 9-star. 4 dragon elephant fruits only allowed him to consolidate his foundation and improve slightly, nearing the peak. A 9-star physique was much stronger than an 8-star physique. Every improvement was more difficult than an 8-star physique. Only when I reach the peak of 9-star can I truly master the first stage of the astral calamity, Chumu said to himself. He was thinking about where he could get the next stage of the astral calamity. Without the next stage of the astral calamity, he would have to find another cultivation technique. Moreover, it couldn't be a low-level one. Otherwise, the foundation he had laid for the first stage of the astral calamity would be wasted. It takes too long to refine the 3 origin fruits. It's not suitable here, Chumu said to himself. He stood up and prepared to leave the training room. The main purpose of coming to Iron Blood City was not to enter the training room, but to do something more important. He took a step forward and walked toward the wall. Immediately, it was as if the wall didn't exist. As soon as he appeared, the disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect noticed him. "He's out," shouted the Black Sun Sword Sect disciple who discovered Chumu. The others opened their eyes one after another. In an instant, the hatred and anger in their hearts shot out from their eyes. The 36 disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect were filled with hatred and anger. In an instant, the surroundings became oppressive, as if dark clouds had gathered and were about to collapse. As soon as Chumu appeared, he felt a terrifying killing intent and hatred landing on his body. However, he was not afraid. "You guys are still here? How patient." Looking at the 36 sort of Gojosian of the Black Sun Sword Sect, Chumu smiled faintly as if he were greeting an old friend. As soon as he said that, Chumu felt that the anger in the eyes of the 36 disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect was even stronger. "Where are the strange fruits?" the leading disciple of the Black Sun Sword Sect asked in a low voice, like a roaring beast. In addition to revenge, the biggest reason why they stayed here was to take back the 3 strange fruits. "They've been refined," Chumu said casually. "I thought you stayed here to avenge your brothers. I didn't expect that you were here to take back the strange fruits. It seems that in your eyes, the lives of your brothers are far less important than the strange fruits. No matter what you say, you can't change the fact that you'll be torn to pieces today." The leading disciple of the Black Sun Sword Sect was unmoved. The others also seemed not to hear Chumu's words. The holy sword was unsheathed. Sword light swept across the sky and attacked. The vast killing intent and strong evil chi were all injected into the sword in his hand. He wanted to kill with one strike. The sword was like a thunderbolt breaking through the sky. It was unstoppable. 36 sword lights, 36 sword moves. Each move was infused with their anger, hatred, and killing intent. It was the most powerful sword move, the most powerful sword move, the most powerful sword move, the highest peak of essence, energy, and spirit. In the face of the 36 extremely powerful sword moves, Chumu was not afraid at all. He smiled and took a step forward, leaving many residual shadows. He performed the inch step. His power burst out and his speed was extremely fast. Within a few inches, he changed countless times and shuttled through the gaps of the sword moves in a way to kill the disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect. Like a fish in a storm, Chumu shuttled through layers of obstacles. He approached the disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect. Formation. Although they were full of hatred and killing intent, the disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect did not lose their minds. When they saw Chumu evading their sword attacks and approaching, they knew that his strength had improved during the time in the practice room. They formed a battle formation. The 36 people immediately surrounded Chumu and trapped him in the center. Black Sun Sword Sect's scorching sun battle formation. Everyone's body was emitting a high temperature. In Chumu's eyes, their bodies seemed to be burning, emitting light and heat, as if they had become round after round of scorching suns. That was the mystery of the scorching sun battle formation. Those outside the battle formation would not feel anything strange, but those in the battle formation would see the light and feel the heat. Their eyes would be stimulated and affected, making them unable to see anything. Their perception would also be disturbed by the high temperature and make wrong judgments. Chu Mu was also disturbed. He closed his eyes and only listened with his ears. Listening to the sword attacks, what he heard was exactly the same as what he saw with his eyes. 36 sword lights seemed to be attacking in a chaotic manner, aiming to kill Chu Mu. Chu Mu's figure swayed like a willow branch in the wind, avoiding the sword lights one after another. The 5-phase sword blocked one sword light's attack, and with a burst of strength, Chu Mu retreated rapidly, closing in on one of the disciples. His sword slashed out, and the sound of wind and thunder rumbled. The disciples of the Black Sun sword sect never expected that Chu Mu would be unaffected by the scorching sun battle formation's light and heat. They also didn't know how strong Chu Mu's true strength was. The current Huang Xiaolong had the strength to kill a peak 9-star sword king without using his top high god rank sword intent or top high god rank law force. If he used his top high god rank sword intent and top high god rank law force, his attack power would be several times stronger. Against the disciples of the Black Sun sword sect, Chu Mu didn't need to expose his top high god rank sword intent and law force. With his terrifying physique and pure divine desolate sword essence, the 32 wind lightning swords reaped lives with each strike. In the blink of an eye, 2 Black Sun sword sect disciples died under Chu Mu's sword. The scorching sun battle formation was broken. The death of 2 martial brothers infuriated the Black Sun sword sect's disciples, but anger didn't allow them to kill Chu Mu. Instead, they died one by one under Chu Mu's sword. Unstoppable, invincible, Chu Mu's sword was brutal to the extreme. Like harvesting buckwheat, the Black Sun sword sect's disciples fell one after another. Some were stabbed in the chest, some had their hearts crushed, some had their necks severed, some had their foreheads pierced, their brains shattered, and their souls scattered. This 5-star sword of Gojosian is terrifying. His sword is too terrifying, sharp and direct, incomparably brutal. Chu Mu's sword was merciless. If someone wants to kill me, I'll kill them. Half of the 36 Black Sun sword sect disciples had died under Chu Mu's 5 phases swords, leaving the other half alive. The Black Sun sword sect's disciples used their secret techniques. Even if they had to pay a high price, they had to kill Chu Mu. Using their secret techniques, each of the Black Sun sword sect's disciples' strength doubled, some even tripled. Even so, it didn't change their fate of being killed. Chu Mu's strength was much higher than theirs. An early 9-star physique, the divine desolate sword essence comparable to the 7-star sword of Gojosian, the inch step and inch sword, the terrifying earth-quaking force, and various other means gave Chu Mu astonishing strength. Kill, kill, kill. Blood rained down like rain. You must die. The Black Sun sword sect's leading disciples' eyes turned scarlet. As if possessed, he attacked madly. He already had the strength of a peak 9-star sword of Gojosian, and after using his secret technique, his strength doubled, becoming even more powerful. In an instant, he was able to stall Chu Mu. Chu Mu wouldn't be able to kill him easily unless he used his top divine rank sword intent and the power of laws. At this point, there were only 6 disciples left of the Black Sun sword sect. One of them had the strength of a peak 9-star sword of Gojosian, while the other 5 had late 9-star strength. After using their secret techniques, their strength was close to that of a peak 9-star sword of Gojosian. They were extremely powerful and joined forces to attack Chu Mu. They were completely disregarding their own injuries, even if they had to pay with their lives, as long as they could kill Chu Mu. Their eyes were bloodshot and they had gone mad. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to kill Chu Mu. Originally, there were 50 of them in a group, but because of Chu Mu, nearly 10 of them had died. Later, on the way to Iron Blood City, they encountered a group of training beasts, and several more died. In Iron Blood City, Chu Mu killed them one by one. Now, there were only 6 of them left. Sadness, Anger, hatred, and all kinds of negative emotions accumulated and exploded in their hearts, driving them crazy. Facing 6 powerful madmen who didn't care about their lives, anyone else would be afraid. But Chu Mu's expression remained unchanged. His face was cold, and there wasn't the slightest ripple in his heart. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill them. If these 6 people didn't die, they would definitely bring him some trouble. To avoid future troubles, he had to kill them. Compared to the crazed Black Sun Sword Sect disciples, the calm and cruel Chu Mu was more frightening. An early-stage 9-star physique could withstand any attack below the 9-star level without getting hurt. Even a 9-star attack could only cause some damage. However, Chu Mu wouldn't let their swords fall on him. He kept dodging and dealing with the 6 people, familiarizing himself with the skyrocketing physical strength, and looking for opportunities to kill them. One by one, there were only 3 left. The fewer the opponents, the weaker their strength, and the more advantage Chu Mu had. At this time, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Stop! As a fellow human, you should kill each other. Don't you feel ashamed?" As the voice rang out, a sword light shot from the side. Chapter 1152. The sword light that flew over was like a meteor from outer space. It was incomparably fast and very breathtaking. As Chu Mu's sword fell, one of the remaining 3 disciples of the Black Sun Sword Sect showed a trace of despair in his eyes. Clanging sounds were heard. Under the fierce collision, the harsh sound made the 9-star sword of Gojosian look painful. Chu Mu was surprised that his fatal sword was blocked. Then a figure appeared in front of him and stopped Chu Mu. He was staring at Chu Mu angrily. "Are you a disciple of the Black Sun Sword Sect?" Chu Mu looked at the man who suddenly blocked his fatal sword and asked with a frown, "No, you don't need to know who I am." The man stared at Chu Mu with sharp eyes and said coldly, "I just can't stand watching you kill our compatriots." "They want to kill me, so I kill them," Chu Mu said. "You're stronger than them and killed dozens of their companions." "There's no need to kill them all," said the sharp-eyed Peak 9-star sword of Gojosian. "You saw the battle just now." Chu Mu suddenly asked. "Yes," the man said affirmatively. 36 people besieged me. Why didn't you come out to stop them at that time?" Chu Mu asked again. He was full of contempt for this man. "You were in danger, so I naturally took action," the man said. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Get out of my way. I'm going to kill these 3. Chu Mu shook the sword in his hand. The sound of the sword was like a powerful army, full of murderous intent. "I'll definitely protect the 3 of them. You have the strength. Instead of wasting it on infighting, you'd better go kill more alien tribes and make it to the Iron Blood battle list," the Sword King at the peak of the 9 stars peak said in a resolute tone. "I will go to the Iron Blood battle list, but before that, I have to solve the problem first," Chu Mu said. "If you want to kill them, ask the sword of Gojosian first." The pinnacle 9-star sword of Gojosian said coldly. "So it was him." "Who is it?" "Ningbu Fan is very powerful. He ranks 998th on the Iron Blood battle list." Sounds of discussion could be heard all around, and Chu Mu also knew the other party's identity. In the Black Sun Galaxy alone, there were tens of thousands of Sword of Gojosian that had entered the trial realm. The demon Sword of Gojosian had 27 galaxies, so there were more than 1 million Sword of Gojosian here. The human domain had 4 galaxies, so there were 5 to 6 million Sword of Gojosian here. Only a small part of the population came to Iron Blood City. Even if it was only 1%, there were still 50 to 60,000 people. Adding in the other races, there would be millions of people. However, the Iron Blood battle ranking only had 1,000 names. Being able to make it to the Iron Blood battle ranking was enough to prove one's strength. Millions of people, 1,000 people. The ratio was thousands to 1. Ningbu Fan could be listed in the Iron Blood battle list. Although he was only ranked 998th, which was almost at the bottom, his strength was not comparable to others. Chu Mu was also a little surprised. No wonder he could block his sword. That alone showed his strength, which was more powerful than the average Pinnacle 9-star sword of Gojoseon. However, even if Ning Bufon ranked first on the Iron Blood battle ranking, it could not change Chumu's mind. He must kill the 3 people from the Black Sun sword sect. The 3 disciples of the Black Sun sword sect also came to their senses. The scarlet in their eyes receded, and their eyes were still full of hatred when they looked at Chumu. But they knew clearly that they were no match for Chumu at this time. The 3 of them looked at each other and retreated quickly with tacit understanding. They would stay alive and come back for revenge in the future. When the 3 of them moved their eyes, Chumu knew that they were going to escape. His figure flashed, and he quickly chased after them, brandishing his sword. However, when Chumu moved, Ning Bufon also moved. The sword light flashed. Instead of attacking Chumu, it turned into rays of light and surrounded Chumu. It was like a sword light prison trapping Chumu. Ning Bufon's strength was so strong that Chumu could not defeat him in a short time. Being entangled, the 3 disciples of the Black Sun sword sect took the opportunity to escape into the crowd and quickly left. Chumu smashed the sword light prison with his sword. Ning Bufon came up again, but he did not attack Chumu. Instead, he aimed to trap Chumu. Feeling that the 3 people were far away and disappeared, Chumu could not catch up for a while. Ning Bufon withdrew his sword and retreated. At the same time, he explained, "You don't have to hate me. I didn't mean to be your enemy, and I don't want to be your enemy. It's just that we're all humans. Killing each other is just a joke to the alien race." At the same time, Ning Bufon seemed to understand that Chumu was full of anger at this time. Ning Bufon retreated quickly and said, "In the Iron Blood City, we compete with the alien race, not with our own kind." Then Ning Bufon also escaped into the crowd and quickly left. Anger burned in Chumu's heart and filled his entire body. Even his blood was boiling. He could only feel waves of heat, as if his entire body was burning up. Originally, he could have killed the 3 disciples of the Black Sun sword sect, but because Ning Bufon had interfered and blocked him, the 3 disciples of the Black Sun sword sect had successfully escaped. There would certainly be other troubles in the future. Chumu wasn't afraid of trouble, but he didn't like trouble coming to him all the time. Unfortunately, Ning Bufon was very strong. After exchanging blows, Chumu realized that it would be very difficult to defeat Ning Bufon without using his top high god rank sword intent and law force. Under normal circumstances, Chumu would not expose his top high god rank sword intent and law force. That was his last trump card. Chumu's chest heaved as he tried to regulate his breathing. Since the enemies had escaped and the Iron Blood City was so big, it wouldn't be easy to find them. Not to mention, the 3 Black Sun sword sect disciples were very likely to have escaped from the city. As for Ning Bufon, Chumu had the thought of teaching him a lesson, but it wasn't very realistic to do so without exposing his top high god rank sword intent and law force, unless he killed the other party. From Ning Bufon's tone and demeanor, Chumu could see that Ning Bufon really didn't want to be his enemy. Ning Bufon's standpoint was also that of the human race, hoping for the human race to unite, eliminate internal strife, and unite against the outside world. It had to be said that this was a very big ambition, worthy of admiration, but Chumu felt that Ning Bufon's thinking was too naive. Internal strife had always been the human race's nature. If it wasn't for internal strife, how could the once powerful human race decline? Even though the sword god had fallen, the human race still remained united against the outside world and could still dominate the ancient divine world, being the number 1 race. Internal strife, in some cases, could make a force stronger, but in other cases it could also weaken the force, even to the point of collapse. In order to make a force stronger, the prerequisite was to have a backbone, a pillar, a symbol. Just like the human race's sword god, before he fell, the human race also had internal strife, but that was called competition. After the sword god's fall, the internal strife was different, more like killing each other. The anger in Ning Bufan's heart gradually dissipated, but there was still a small part of it that was difficult to vent. "Looks like I need to find an opponent," Chu Mu said to himself. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd, containing 2 strands of faint killing intent, causing the surrounding sword of Gojoseon to shudder, quickly retreating. No one wanted to be the target of Chu Mu's anger. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu suppressed his remaining anger and sped up, heading for the Iron Blood 100 Battle Steel. The Iron Blood 100 Battles Steel stood at the center of Iron Blood City. It was like a black sword that was filled with the vicissitudes of time. Under the erosion of the river of time, it was not destroyed. Instead, it gained an indescribable aura. It was majestic and vigorous and stood alone in the world. The closer he got to the Iron Blood 100 Battle Steel, the more he could feel the majestic aura. Iron Blood 100 Battles, Iron Blood 100 Battles, Iron Blood 100 Battles, Iron Blood, golden spears, iron horses, endless slaughter. Chu Mu's expression was solemn as he approached the Iron Blood Battle Steel, step by step. The closer he got, the more majestic his aura became, and the greater the pressure he felt. Chu Mu's actions attracted the attention of many people. You're only at the 5th layer of the manifestation realm, yet you want to approach the Iron Blood Battle Steel. You don't know your place. What? He's already within 1,000 meters of the Iron Blood Battle Steel, and he's still getting closer. Did he deliberately conceal his cultivation? Is he actually the 9-star sort of Gojoseon? After coming to Iron Blood City and seeing the Iron Blood Battle Steel with their own eyes and feeling its aura, the geniuses of the 100 races all understood that it was very, very difficult to get close to the Iron Blood Battle Steel. In fact, there had always been 1,000 names on the Iron Blood Battle Steel. It was only when the trial realm opened and someone stepped into Iron Blood City that the 1,000 names disappeared. Then, when someone approached the Iron Blood Battle Steel, the Iron Blood Battle Steel would give a corresponding ranking according to the person's overall strength. After the 1,000 names were filled, if someone wanted to be listed on the Iron Blood Battle Steel, they had to fulfill 2 conditions. The first condition was to be within 100 meters of the Iron Blood Battle Steel, because the 1,000th person had this ability. The second condition was to challenge one of the names on the Iron Blood Battle Steel. If you won the challenge, you would be listed on the Iron Blood Battle Steel. If you failed, you would naturally not be listed. As for whether you lived or died during the challenge, you had to take care of yourself. Many people had tried. Only those with the strength of a 9-star king could get within 1,000 meters of the Iron Blood Battle Steel. As for those who were close to 100 meters, there were very few who could do so, except for those who were already on the list. Chu Mu was under great pressure. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger. It was like an invisible mountain pressing down on him, wanting to crush his body. If he fought with the cultivation of the 5th sky of creation, he would not be able to get within 1,000 meters. However, Chu Mu's strongest point now was not his sword origin, but his physique. His extremely strong physique had reached the early stage of a 9-star king's physique. His strength was very strong, and he could completely withstand the pressure. However, the pressure was getting bigger and bigger. As Chu Mu moved forward, the pressure kept increasing, causing Chu Mu to crease his brows. Soon after, he relaxed his brows and withstood the enormous pressure. He lifted his foot again and put it down. More and more people's gazes fell on Chu Mu. There were humans and aliens. Chapter 1153. The distance of 100 meters was getting closer and closer. It had been more than 20 days since the first batch of people entered Iron Blood City. The time when Chu Mu was in the training room was when the competition for the Iron Blood 100 battle ranking was the most intense. Time after time there were challenges, battles, and new rankings. However, the names of the top 100 had not been touched. The geniuses of some races could not even enter the top 100. Although the names of the Iron Blood 100 battle ranking had changed many times recently, Each change was eye-catching because each time it meant a wonderful battle. The increasing pressure was not enough for his strong physique to bear. Chu Mu mobilized the divine wilderness sword essence and spread it throughout his body to strengthen his resistance. He continued to move forward against the powerful pressure of the iron blood 100 battle steel. Every step he took seemed to be able to crush a hill. He's getting closer. Can he get within 100 meters? The sword of Gojosian of the human race were overjoyed because Chu Mu was getting closer and closer. Once he got within 100 meters, it meant that he had the potential to enter the Iron Blood 100 battle ranking. That would be the fortune of the human race. On the other hand, the foreign races did not look too good. The human race was their enemy. The more human geniuses there were, the worse it was for them. They could not wait for the human race geniuses to die. Of course, such thoughts were also applicable to other races. Every race hoped that their race would be the strongest. 100 meters, close at hand, Chu Mu said to himself. He lifted his foot again and was about to take a step forward. This step was a distance of 100 meters. Countless eyes were focused on Chu Mu's raised foot. Everyone's heart beat faster. Step down, step down. The human race geniuses shouted loudly to boost Chu Mu's power. The foot paused in midair. The majestic pressure almost suffocated Chu Mu. Chu Mu's chest rose and fell. His foot seemed to be able to crush a mountain. It was very slow, but it was unstoppable. Determination and willpower. This foot seemed to have stepped on everyone's hearts, causing their hearts to suddenly tremble as though they were about to stop beating. An indescribable feeling of suffocation engulfed their entire bodies. In the end, it still landed. Vaguely, there seemed to be an earth-shattering sound. It felt as if the foot of an ancient giant had landed heavily on Taishua City. In an instant, many people's expressions changed drastically. Standing 100 meters away from the iron blood battle steel, Chu Mu's face turned cold under the tremendous pressure. He did not continue to move forward, because even if he did, he still had to challenge the steel in order to be listed on the Iron Blood Battle ranking. Being listed on the Iron Blood Battle list not only brought fame and glory, but also substantial benefits. His gaze quickly fell from top to bottom. Each name and the species behind the name all entered Chu Mu's eyes. He pondered as he looked at the 1,000 names. Chu Mu's purpose was only to be listed on the Iron Blood Battle ranking. In a few days it would be 1 month, and something would happen at that time. He believed that these days the competition for the Iron Blood Battle ranking would be fiercer. Every day there would be many battles. Chu Mu was just one of the upcoming battles. Originally, he planned to just get the 1,000th place. But on second thought, it was too dangerous and easy to be challenged. Although he was not afraid of fighting, there were only a few days left before the 1 month was up. It was better for him to take a rest. The 1,000th place was a swordsman of the human tribe. If there were no conflicts and interests, Chu Mu would try not to choose a swordsman of the human tribe as his opponent. This kind of behavior was a way of killing each other. Chu Mu also knew that with his current strength, there was no hope for him to be in the top 100. He would just fight for the lower ranks and act according to his ability. Looking up from the 1,000th name, he also saw Ning Bufon's name. If Ning Bufon had been selfish at that time, Chu Mu would have challenged him at this time and killed him. But his eyes moved up and finally locked on the last 10th name. Hey Yuli, Golden Winged Clan. 6 words. The first 3 words were the name, and the last 3 were the origin of the clan. Golden Winged Clan, ranked 8th among the 100 clans, was above the human tribe. There were not many surnames in Golden Winged Clan. Each surname represented a bloodline. The main bloodline was Golden Winged. For example, Jin Yuha, ranked 28th on the Iron Blood Battle ranking, was a member of the main bloodline of Golden Winged Clan. In addition to the Golden Winged bloodline, there were 3 other bloodlines: Black Winged Bloodline, Red Winged Bloodline, and Blue Winged Bloodline. Although the surnames were different, each member of Golden Winged Clan had the same characteristics. They all had a pair of wings, but the color of the wings was different. Golden Winged Clan's wings were golden. Black Winged Clan's wings were black. Red Winged Clan's wings were red, and Blue Winged Clan's wings were blue. For Chu Mu, Golden Winged Clan and Black Winged Clan were just opponents. Iron Blood, I want to challenge He Yuli, ranked 990th, Chu Mu said. However, there was only one Iron Blood Battle Steel in front of him. Are you sure you want to challenge He Yuli? A rich voice suddenly sounded. It came from the Iron Blood Battle Steel. Yes, Chu Mu said. He could not help but feel a little surprised. The one talking to him was the Iron Blood Battle Steel, or rather, the steel spirit of the Iron Blood Battle Steel. Before entering the trial realm, Chu Mu had done his homework. He also knew about the existence of Iron Blood City, the Iron Blood Battle Steel, and the Steel Spirit. The Steel Spirit was called Iron Blood, the spirit of Iron Blood City. Entering within 100 meters of the steel proved that one was qualified to be ranked on the Iron Blood Battle ranking. Only then could one communicate with Iron Blood. Otherwise, no matter who it would ignore them. After about 10 breaths, the Iron Blood Battle Steel's voice sounded again. I have already informed He Yuli. Your battle will begin in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, I know, Chu Mu said. He retreated 100 meters, then stepped back step by step. The pressure was getting smaller and smaller. After retreating 1,000 meters, the pressure could not affect Chu Mu at all. As for Chu Mu, he took this opportunity to adjust his breathing. His opponent was a genius of the Golden Feather race, a powerful opponent. Chu Mu could not underestimate his opponent. He had to be in his peak state to face such a powerful opponent. 15 minutes were gone in the blink of an eye. An imperious roar could be heard coming from the sky. Who dares challenge me, He Yuli? Everyone looked over when they heard the voice. They saw a black figure flying over from the distance at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was in the sky. Chu Mu raised his head. He also saw the newcomer. It was a person who looked very similar to a human. However, his skin was darker. His nose was hooked like an eagle's beak, and his eyes were dark and narrow. His pupils were different from a human's. They were finer and contained a faint light, making them seem sharper. This person had a pair of black wings on his back. They were jet black and shiny, as if they were made of steel. They made people feel a chill in their hearts. Those were the unique black wings of the Golden Feather Race's Black Feather Race. He wore black leather clothes that fit his body. There were fine lines of feathers on his arms, as if he had grown black feathers. The genius of the Golden Feather Race, He Yuli. His incomparably sharp eyes carried a domineering and sharp aura. They swept across the crowd, as if he was looking for someone who dared challenge him. Immediately, many people's gazes gathered on Chu Mu's face. He Yuli's gaze also landed on Chu Mu's face. A faint light flashed in his eyes, and Chu Mu felt as if he had been pierced, his heart trembling. Chu Mu was even more certain that this He Yuli was a powerful opponent. 5-star king level. You want to challenge me? The moment He Yuli saw Chu Mu, he was startled and exclaimed in disbelief. Soon after, he reacted. The challenge just now was sent by the Iron Blood Battle Steel spirit. In order for the Iron Blood Battle Steel to send a challenge, one had to be within 100 meters of the Iron Blood Battle Steel. A 5-star king level obviously didn't have such strength. You're the human race's body, refining sword of Gojosian. He Yuli thought of something and immediately made a judgment. Shortly after, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Coupled with his sharp eyes and hooked nose, he looked extremely ferocious. Very good. I haven't personally killed a human race's body, refining sword of Gojosian. Your physique is very strong. I'm looking forward to using my sharp claws to tear your body to pieces. This voice was enough to make a timid person's heart tremble. Countless human races, sword of Gojosian, revealed looks of shock. However, Chumu was unmoved. This Heiyuli was indeed a powerful opponent, but Chumu wasn't easy to deal with either. It wasn't certain who would be the one to kill who. You will be the first Golden Feather Race member to die under my sword, Chumu said indifferently. Ha ha ha. As if he had heard the world's greatest joke, Heiyuli began to laugh maniacally. His voice seemed to pierce through metal and stone, causing everyone below to cover their ears, their faces filled with pain. Chumu furrowed his brows slightly. He felt as if that voice was like a demon's voice, but it couldn't shake him at all. Hey, Yuli, let him know the strength of our black feather race. That's right. Let this human experience the strength of our black feather race's geniuses. Black figures appeared one after another. They were all members of the black feather race. They spoke without the slightest scruple, not placing Chumu in their eyes at all. At this time, the iron blood battle steel trembled, releasing a ring of light that rapidly spread out, forming a space of several thousand meters. As for Chumu and Heiyuli, they were both included within this space. The others were excluded from this space. The 100 battle space has appeared. The battle is about to begin. The 100 battle space was a small space opened up by the iron blood battle steel. It was only several thousand meters in size, and its purpose was to allow people to battle. The 100 battle space's barrier was shockingly strong, able to withstand the attack of a saint. Thus, the two people fighting within the 100 battle space could use their full strength without worrying about affecting others. The human race's sword of Gojosian, Chumu, and the golden feather race's black feather race's Feather King, Heiyuli. Heiyuli's wings spread open, floating several hundred meters in the air. He looked down at Chumu from above. His palms opened, and his fingernails became incomparably sharp, as if they could tear through everything. Chapter 1154. Human, I hope you can last a little longer. Let me play with you a little longer. Heiyuli's voice came from the sky. In the next moment, the black wings on his back flapped, creating a powerful black gale. As soon as the whistling sound rang out, he had already shot through the sky like lightning, crossing several hundred meters in an instant. He opened his hand, and his fingernails flickered with a cold black light. He slashed down like an eagle, swooping down on a snake. Cracks appeared in the air as if it was being torn apart. The weapons of the Golden Feather Race were their sharp claws and wings. The claws of a high-level king of the Golden Feather Race were as sharp as high-grade saint swords of the human race. They were extremely terrifying. The moment Heiyuli moved, Chumu felt a cold aura lock onto him. He felt like he was being torn apart. He raised his head and locked onto the black figure. Light flowed through his eyes like a river of stars. His right hand moved, grabbing the hilt of the 5 phases sword with a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Like a blade cutting through water, a cold and bleak sword light tore through the sky, slashing towards the black figure. The sword light rose and fell. One of Heiyuli's claws grabbed onto the sword light, while the other claw slashed towards Chumu's chest, where his heart was. He said he wanted to play with him a little longer, but in reality he could crush Chumu's chest and grab his heart, killing him instantly. Chumu could only feel a huge force coming from Heiyuli's claws. They firmly grabbed onto the 5 phases sword. Even if he could use his strength to pull it away, Heiyuli's other claw followed an extremely profound trajectory, making it impossible to dodge. Just as Chumu's heart was about to be ripped out by Heiyuli, Chumu's left hand trembled. Wind and thunder roared and lightning flashed. Another sword slashed towards Heiyuli. This sword was extremely fast and berserk. It seemed like it was going to cut off Heiyuli's head in one strike. Heiyuli was startled. He quickly pulled back his claw that was reaching towards Chumu and grabbed towards the sword of wind and lightning. He didn't want to kill Chumu while also injuring himself or perishing together with Chu-mu. With a shake of his right hand, a powerful force broke apart He-Yu-Li's sharp claws. He crossed his two swords and slashed out a cross-sword light. He-Yu-Li grabbed with both of his claws and shattered the cross-sword light. As his body spun, the wings on his back opened up. The black edges of the wings were like the sharpest blade, cutting a black crack in the air. Chu-mu was shocked. His neck was sliced by the black blade, and his figure dissipated. Surprisingly, it was just an afterimage. With the inch step, he dodged the wing slash by a hair's breadth. His two swords danced in the air, and the wind roared. He-Yu-Li's sharp claws and wings were both terrifying weapons. As a genius of the Golden Feather race, he was able to enter the Iron Blood battle ranking. His strength was astonishing, and his battle experience was incomparably rich. He was a terrifying opponent. Chu-mu had to raise his spirit and be extremely vigilant. To He-Yu-Li, Chu-mu, a human, was also a powerful opponent. With the two swords in his hands, his defense was impenetrable. His claws couldn't get close to him. Moreover, his footwork was very mysterious. Within a small space, he was able to easily dodge his attacks. This is more interesting. He-Yu-Li thought. He was very excited. What he liked the most was to use his claws to tear apart strong enemies, using his wings to cut down strong enemies. Human swordsmen had their own sword arts, but the other races also had their own talents and abilities. He-Yu-Li's figure suddenly soared into the sky. He rapidly circled in the air and transformed into 9 figures. Each one of them was like an eagle pouncing on a snake. They swooped down from all angles, and their speed was extremely fast. Even with Chu-mu's eyesight, he couldn't distinguish them clearly. He used listening to sword and touching sword to the extreme. He felt all the fluctuations in the surroundings. His hands clasped together, and his tyrannical power condensed into one. It was like a dragon or a python. It divided into 2 parts and poured into the 5-phase sword and wind and thunder sword. The sword light was cold, condensed like stars and flying stars chasing after the moon. One figure after another was shattered under Chu-mu's 2 swords. They dissipated like smoke, which made He-Yu-Li very surprised. However, He-Yu-Li's real body was at the end, attacking Chu-mu from behind. It was too fast. Even though Chu-mu sensed it, he couldn't dodge it in time. He could only cross his 2 swords behind his back in a hurry to block He-Yu-Li's attack. With a boom, an incomparably powerful force bombarded the 2 swords. Chu-mu's body shot forward, and He-Yu-Li followed closely behind, opening his claws again. As he shot forward, his body rotated in the air, drawing a perfect arc. His 2 swords brought out a stunning light, like autumn water piercing through the sky and counterattacking He-Yu-Li. He-Yu-Li was shocked. His wings trembled slightly, and he flew into the sky, avoiding Chu-mu's attack. His 2 claws clawed at the void, and streaks of claw shadows fell from the sky, tearing the space apart. Brother Lei, who do you think will win? Among the humans, someone asked the tall sword of Gojosian next to him. Radar, peak 9-star sword of Gojosian, ranked 700th on the Iron Blood 100 battle ranking. In terms of ranking, he was higher than He-Yu-Li. From this, it could be seen that his strength was stronger than He-Yu-Li's. If Chu-mu's strength is only at this level, he will definitely lose. Radar's eyes flashed as he said, "Right now, it seemed that the battle between Chu-mu and He-Yu-Li was about the same. However, with his eyesight, he could see that Chu-mu was barely holding on, because in terms of absolute strength there was a gap. The reason why Chu-mu could continue fighting was because his battle talent was outstanding, and he was stronger than He-Yu-Li. However, the Golden Feather race's physique was very strong from birth, and they also had the advantage of flying in the sky. They were more free and nimble. Chu-mu also realized this point. With his current strength, it would be difficult to kill He-Yu-Li. A sharp light flickered in the depths of Chu-mu's eyes, and he decided to use some of his trump cards. In that instant, a low high god realm sword, intent soared to the sky, turning into an invisible sword that wanted to cut through the clouds. The aura of a low high god realm's law force also rippled out. High god realm sword intent. High god realm law force. The moment Chu Mu revealed a small part of his trump card, it instantly attracted the attention of many people. In the primordial world, Chu Mu had only met one person, Long Zun, who possessed a low high god realm sword intent and law force. Although there were more geniuses in the ancient god world compared to the primordial world, the number of geniuses who could grasp a high god realm sword intent and law force was still very few. It was said that the Sword God Temple's godsons had grasped high god realm sword intent and law force. Other than that, there were also some who had grasped high god realm sword intent and law force, but compared to the human race's swordsmen in the hundreds of galaxies, they were like a drop in the ocean. Other races, other than grasping the power of heaven and earth, they also grasped their own will. Humans grasped sword intent, while other races grasped other kinds of wills. The classification of wills was consistent. Therefore, among the other races, only a small portion of geniuses could grasp high god realm sword intent and law force. He Yuli was indeed a genius, but he had yet to grasp high god realm sword intent and law force. After Chu Mu displayed his low high god realm sword intent and law force, He Yuli was even more determined to kill Chu Mu. The sword of Gojoseon, who possessed high god realm sword intent and law force, would definitely become one of the human race's pillars when he grew up. That was a good thing for the human race, but a bad thing for the other races. However, even though He Yuli was determined to kill Chu Mu, he did not necessarily have the strength to do so. With both swords in his hands, the low high god realm inextinguishable sword intent and law force increased the power of Chu Mu's swordsmanship exponentially. Kill. Both swords were akin to lightning falling from the 9 heavens, unstoppable. Lightning flashed in the air, blinding the onlookers' eyes and deafening booms. He Yuli's expression was solemn. Chu Mu's sword intent and law force was even more powerful than before. His swords were a fatal threat to He Yuli. Changing tactics, He Yuli relied on his wings to soar high in the air. Within the several thousand meters radius of the 100 battle space, He Yuli flew as fast as he could. His claws slashed out continuously, as if he wanted to tear the void apart. Sharp glints of claws filled the space. Each claw contained He Yuli's full strength, terrifying to the extreme. He Yuli swung his swords, shattering each claw attack. Sword lights flashed across the sky as He Yuli counterattacked again and again. Every sword strike contained a low high god realm sword intent and law force, powerful and sharp beyond compare. He Yuli did not dare to face these attacks head-on. This human is too strong. Looks like to kill him, I need to use my final trump card. He Yuli thought to himself. Chu Mu's strength was very strong, not below his own. It would be difficult to kill him. He could only use his trump card. Thinking of this, a sharp shriek came from He Yuli's mouth. His figure soared to the sky, reaching the highest point of the 100 battle space. Looking down from above, He Yuli spread his arms wide, and the wings on his back fully extended. A black metallic luster swirled around his wings, growing brighter and brighter. Beams of light shot out from He Yuli's body, as if he had turned into a small black sun. A frightening aura rippled out from He Yuli's body in an instant. Like a storm of doomsday, it swept through the 100 battle space, causing everyone to turn pale with fright. Even the people outside the 100 battle space could clearly feel that frightening aura. It's the Golden Feather Tribe's innate ability, the Feather Kill art. Someone exclaimed, "This human is doomed." It was common knowledge that humans didn't have any innate abilities. A strong sense of danger rose from the depths of his heart. With a solemn expression, Chu Mu condensed his energy into one, raising his momentum. Sword sight, sword hearing, and sword touch were all raised to their limits. In an instant, countless sonic booms rang out, causing one's scalp to go numb. Hundreds of black lights, each capable of killing a 9-star pinnacle sword of Gojosian, were all aimed at Chu Mu. Feather kill art, 100 feather kill. Chu Mu was facing a life and death crisis. Holding his 2 swords tightly, Chu Mu's body swayed. Although it looked chaotic, he was like a fish swimming upwards. Slashing out with his 2 swords, he used the earthquake and the force dissipation art to deflect the black feathers. Pushing the force dissipation art to its limits, Chu Mu's muscles tightened and trembled nonstop as he charged towards Heiyuli. Using an innate ability, one had to pay a corresponding price. At this moment, Heiyuli's eyes were filled with despair as he looked at the 2 intersecting sword light. Chapter 1155. The dazzling cross-shaped sword light had the roar of the wind, the flash of lightning, and a trace of the murderous autumn waters, and the light silver sharpness of the blade. The blood-red light seemed to be attracted by the sword light and merged into it, causing the stunning sword light to become even more beautiful. Behind the cross sword light was a figure that passed by Heiyuli. After touching the barrier of the 100 battle space, it slowly fell down like a feather. The black feathers of the 100 feather kill shot out in all directions, creating ripples. Heiyuli's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He could not believe what had just happened. That cross sword light had slashed through his body. That trace of blood made him feel fear and despair. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Decisive and vicious, Heiyuli's soul that was about to enter darkness exploded. With his final attack, a trace of black flames shot out from his body, burning and turning into a blazing black sun. Like a meteor, it chased after Chu Mu. Heiyuli's final attack that would definitely kill him. Not good. Quickly dodge. The sword of Gojosian of the human race were shocked as they screamed. As for the foreign races, they revealed gloating smiles. Especially the Golden Feather race, they felt even better. They were furious that Heiyuli had been killed. They wanted to charge into the 100 battle space and kill Chu Mu. Now that Heiyuli had self-destructed, he wanted to die together with Chu Mu. Especially since Chu Mu was a human race sort of Gojosian that had grasped the god-level sword intent and the power of laws, they felt very satisfied. Chu Mu was also shocked. He did not expect Heiyuli to have such a move. The burning black sun fell from the sky, and a terrifying aura locked onto him. Chu Mu felt that he could not dodge, but to take it head-on, the terrifying aura of destruction caused his heart to tremble. With a thought, Chu Mu wanted to use the last strand of sky desolation, sword intent, in his mental world. The power of this sky desolation sword intent was enough to block Heiyuli's self-destruction. With a thought, Chu Mu's face suddenly changed. He could feel the existence of the heavenly wasteland sword will, but he could not communicate or use it, as if it was suppressed by some force. In an instant, Chu Mu understood that this was the trial world. The trial world had its own independent laws that suppressed the heavenly desolation sword intent. To put it simply, any power beyond the king realm would be suppressed. Even the number 1 genius on the Iron Blood 100 battle ranking list could only control the king realm intent and rule force. Gritting his teeth, Chu Mu made up his mind, no longer concealing his strength. Unleashing his top high god realm sword intent and law force. Even if he would become a thorn in the eyes of the foreign races, he wouldn't hesitate. At the very least, there was a chance he could survive Heiyuli's self-destruction. As for the future, he would think about it later. Top High God Realm Sword Intent and Top High God Realm Law Force were on the verge of exploding. While everyone was still in shock, the space of 100 battles suddenly trembled. An unexpected force descended, wrapping around the self-destructing black sun, directly imprisoning it. The overwhelming sense of crisis disappeared. Chu Mu inwardly breathed out in relief. whereas the crowd outside the 100-battle space was dumbfounded. In the previous battles, there were winners and losers, life and death, but there was no mutual destruction. This was the first time they had seen such a thing. Under the restriction, it constantly shrunk as if space was collapsing. The burning black sun was constantly being compressed until it was finally compressed into a point and disappeared. Only a dark red token was left that fell into Chu Mu's hand. Chu Mu regained his senses. The dark red token was emitting waves of coldness. Taking a closer look, this dark red diamond-shaped token had 2 ancient characters on it. Iron Blood. Iron Blood token. Every genius on the Iron Blood 100 battles list had a token. It was a symbol, but it also had a use. He Yuli's death, not even his bones remained, completely annihilated between heaven and earth. This allowed others to witness the terrifying power of the Iron Blood 100 battle steel. If one wanted to, the Iron Blood 100 battle steel could kill every genius in Iron Blood City. Fortunately, the Iron Blood 100 battles steel did not have such thoughts, nor would such thoughts appear. A bright light flickered on the Iron Blood 100 battle steel like flowing water, gathering at one spot. The words Hey Yuli and Golden Feather Race disappeared under the bright light, and a new name appeared in the outline of the steel. Chu Mu. 2 words leaped into Huang Xiaolong's eyes, followed by 2 more words. Human race. Chu Mu, human race. Henceforth, the Golden Feather Race had 1 less spot on the Iron Blood 100 battles list, while the human race had 1 more spot. Chu Mu felt countless gazes land on him. The majority of them were filled with malice. It was a gaze that wanted him to be dealt with as soon as possible. They were all from other races. However, they did not dare to do so, because this was the Iron Blood 100 battles steel of Iron Blood City. If they acted without permission, they would be punished by the Iron Blood 100 battle steel. Only in other places could they act. The human race had their own territory, and the Golden Feather Race also had their own territory. It was impossible to enter the human race's territory to kill Chu Mu unless all the geniuses of the Golden Feather Race attacked the human race's territory. However, the consequences of that would be very serious. On the other hand, if Chu Mu entered the Golden Feather Race's territory, he would definitely be besieged and killed. However, would Chu Mu go to the Golden Feather Race's territory? The answer was no. Chu Mu was not arrogant enough to think of challenging the entire race's geniuses with his own strength, unless he had the strength to be undefeatable. At this moment, in the Golden Feather Race's territory, a cliff belonging to the Golden Feather Race was rapidly fading and disappearing. Some people saw it and were startled. There was a cave residence on the cliff for the Golden Feather Race's people to live in. Those Golden Feather Race's people who lived in the cave residence on the cliff were exposed outside after the cliff disappeared. They looked at each other in dismay, and their faces immediately changed as they realized that something was wrong. At the same time, in the human race's territory, a huge illusory image of the Sword Tower appeared out of nowhere. It quickly became clear and finally appeared completely. It's the Sword Tower. Our human race has another genius on the Iron Blood 100 battle steel. Great. I don't have to sleep on the street at last. The number of houses in the 100 races territory was basically fixed, based on the number of geniuses on the Iron Blood 100 battle steel. The more geniuses there were, the more houses there would be. As the number of people on the Iron Blood 100 battle steel changed, the number of houses in each race's territory would also change. For example, now that He Yuli of the Golden Feather Race was killed by Chu Mu, his name was erased from the Iron Blood 100 battle steel. There was 1 less cave residence on the cliff in the Golden Feather Race's territory, which directly caused many geniuses of the Golden Feather Race to lose their place of residence. However, Chu Mu won and replaced He Yuli as the 990th on the Iron Blood 100 battle steel. In the human race's territory, there was 1 more sword tower for the geniuses to live in. The sword tower was huge. It had 2 floors and covered a large area. The new sword tower caused a stir in the human race's territory. Many people were very happy and kept learning about who was on the iron blood 100 battle steel. However, each sword tower could only accommodate a limited number of people. 2 floors of the sword tower. It seems that the sword of Gojosian, who has just been listed on the iron blood 100 battle steel, should be between the 900th and the 1000th, someone said. There was a pattern to this. Between the 1000th and the 900th, the sword tower had 2 floors. Between the 900th and the 800th, the sword tower had 3 floors, and so on. Between the 100th and the 1000th, the sword tower had 10 floors. Chu Mu's ranking was 990th, between the 1000th and the 900th. Of course, the sword tower had 2 floors. Outside the newly appeared sword tower, there was a layer of faint red light covering it, preventing the surrounding sword kings from entering. With so many people squeezing into the sword tower, it would definitely be better than sleeping on the streets. However, the number of people living in each sword tower was limited. For example, the 2nd floor of this sword tower must belong to the genius on the iron blood 100 battle steel, which was a symbol and a kind of preferential treatment. The 1st floor was for the other sword of Gojosian to live in. However, it could only accommodate 1,000 people. Holding the iron blood token, Chu Mu calmly left under the murderous gaze of many alien races. He walked to the human clan's area. Now that he had obtained the iron blood token, he would cultivate for a period of time until the end of this month. As soon as Chu Mu left, many sword of Gojosian of the human clan also left, just like stars surrounding the moon. Within the crowd was Ning Bufan. However, he didn't leave with them. Instead, he watched Chu Mu from afar and silently rejoiced. If Chu Mu had recklessly wanted to take revenge on him back then, he probably would have been in great danger. In reality, Chu Mu could have chosen him as his opponent to challenge, but he didn't. Ning Bufan sincerely admired Chu Mu and felt grateful from the bottom of his heart. Get out of the way, the main character is coming. A loud shout came from nowhere into everyone's ears. Suddenly, the sword of Gojosian outside the new sword tower retreated and turned around to look. After looking around, their eyes fell on Chu Mu. 5-star sword of Gojosian? It's impossible. Nothing is impossible. Although Chu Mu's cultivation is not high, only at the 5th heaven, he is a body-refining sword of Gojosian. I estimate that his body-refining attainments have reached the 9-star level. I see. The strength of a 9-star body-refining sword of Gojosian can't be underestimated. Body-refining swordsmen of the same level are more powerful than chi-refining swordsmen of the same level. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. Chu Mu ignored the doubts and exclamations of the crowd. He strode towards the sword tower and took out the iron blood token. His figure passed through the light red seal of the sword tower without any hindrance and entered the sword tower. Immediately, Chu Mu waved his hand, and 1,000 light red rays flew out from the sword tower and fell into the crowd. The sword of Gojosian were overjoyed and quickly snatched the light rays. In just a few breaths, the 1,000 light rays were divided up by the crowd and entered the bodies of the 1,000 sword of Gojosian. The sword of Gojosian that didn't snatch any light rays were unhappy. As for the sword kings who had obtained the faint red light, they took a step forward one after another. They were not affected by the faint red seal of the sword tower at all. It was as if they had blended into the water as their bodies passed through the faint red seal and entered the sword tower. Thus the sword tower was full. Chapter 1156. There were 1,000 names on the Iron Blood 100 Battles list, but there were more than 100 races. On average, there were only 10 geniuses from each race that could be ranked on the list. But in fact, each race had different strengths, which led to different numbers of geniuses being ranked on the list. Among them, the Nether God tribe, Earth Demon tribe, and Heavenly Demon tribe had the most geniuses on the list, more than 20 of them. The Earth Demon tribe and Heavenly Demon tribe were slightly worse, but they still had more than 20 geniuses on the list. Basically, among the top 10 races in terms of overall strength, there were at least a dozen geniuses on the Iron Blood 100 Battles list. As for the human race, they had fallen from the strongest to below the top 10. Now, other than the 8 gods' children, there were only 5 geniuses on the list. No, including Chumu, there were 6 geniuses on the list, making a total of 14. The lower-ranked races had even fewer geniuses on the list, but the difference wasn't that big, only 1 or 2 geniuses. The first floor of the sword gauntlet had 1,000 rooms, enough for 1,000 swordsmen to live in. Of course, the conditions here couldn't be compared to the outside world, but it was much better than sleeping on the streets. The second floor's area wasn't much different from the first floor, but only Chumu lived in it. It was spacious, with a lounge, a practice room, and a sword practice room. Only Chumu lived in this spacious space. Compared to the first floor's sword of Gojosian, the treatment was many times better, but Chumu earned it with his own strength. Every day, Chumu cultivated on the second floor, cultivating his sword origin, physique, sword skills, and so on. After the battle with Hei Yuli, Chumu realized that the power of his sword skills was still too weak. Even though Huang Xiaolong's early High God Realm sword intent and law force, as well as his grade 2 sword force, as well as his comprehension of the sword art, increased the power of his long Autumn Heavens sword art by leaps and bounds. To the point that it was on par with a high-grade, earth-grade sword art, it still wasn't enough. Chumu pondered for a while and decided to cultivate a better and higher-level sword technique to increase his strength. However, he didn't have a sword art that was of a higher level than Long Autumn Water, comprehending the eternal sword force. He still felt that it was very mysterious, but he didn't know what was so mysterious about it. It was like he was in the clouds. He didn't really understand it, but he felt that it was very powerful. In a few more days, it would be a full month. Everyone was working hard to cultivate, preparing for the upcoming. These days, there were more challenges. Chumu was not challenged, and the challengers rarely won. His name on the Iron Blood Battle list was almost unchanged. Day after day passed. Finally, a month had passed. The Land of Heritage will be open for 1 month. A voice filled with vicissitudes of life suddenly rang out. It was a majestic and mighty voice that entered everyone's ears. To anyone, this was an extremely beautiful sound, and it immediately caused everyone's face to reveal an expression of ecstasy. The Land of Heritage has finally opened. Good, good, good. I want to enter the secret realm to receive the inheritance. I will definitely have a place on the Iron Blood Battle list. It's open, Chumu, who was cultivating in seclusion, opened his eyes. His eyes were clear and filled with a glimmer of hope. The Land of Heritage. This was the main purpose of the geniuses of the 100 tribes who did not hesitate to go through hardships and life-threatening situations. They passed through countless beast training grounds, fought with the beasts, and hovered on the edge of life and death to come to Iron Blood City. The Iron Blood Battle list was just a preparation for entering the Land of Heritage. Of course, those who were not listed on the list could still enter the Land of Heritage. However, there was a difference between the Land of Heritage and the list. In the center of each area of the 100 tribes in Iron Blood City, an ancient bronze gate appeared out of thin air. It was ancient and vicissitudes of life, as if it had existed since time immemorial. The ancient bronze gate was closed. There were countless lines on it containing endless mystery. The huge ancient bronze gate, which was dozens of meters high, made everyone seem small and weak in front of it. In the human tribe area, the sword of Gojosian set out one after another and gathered in front of the ancient bronze gate. With a loud bang, a heavy sound rang out, as if the wheels of history were rolling. The ancient bronze gate trembled and slowly opened. Wisps of vigorous and ancient aura blew out like the wind. When the ancient bronze gate was fully opened, everyone's eyes were filled with passion. They all looked inside the gate and saw nothing. Let's go. Led by the 8 divine sons, the sword of Gojoseon rushed into the ancient bronze gate and entered the land of heritage. Chu Mu was also in the crowd. He quickly entered the ancient bronze gate and entered the land of heritage. In the 100 Tribes area, there were secret lands of heritage that were opened by the gods. The purpose was to leave behind inheritances for the geniuses of each tribe. In the experience, they could enhance their potential and strength. As for what kind of inheritance they could get, it depended on their luck and ability. They could get nothing, or they could get an excellent inheritance and reach the sky in one step. Tens of thousands of sword of Gojoseon of the human tribe flooded into the ancient bronze gate and entered the land of heritage. The entire human tribe area was empty. When Chu Mu entered the land of heritage, an ancient voice suddenly rang out in his mind. It was the voice of Tai Shui. Human sword of Gojoseon, you have the Tai Shui token. You have one chance to enter the underground palace of heritage and obtain the inheritance. Chu Mu was not surprised at all. A smile appeared on his face. Like him, the geniuses of the 100 Tribes who had the Tai Shui token all had the same voice in their minds. The land of heritage was the first stop. The underground palace of heritage was the most important place. Chu Mu had already understood that anyone who came to Tai Shui City could enter the land of heritage. There were no restrictions. However, whether or not one could obtain the inheritance within the land of heritage was unknown. This was because the land of heritage was very big. It was like a world. Tens of thousands of people entering was like a school of fish in a lake. The inheritance was not everywhere. It depended on luck and ability to obtain it. It could be said that among the tens of thousands of sword of Gojoseon of the human tribe who entered the land of heritage, less than 1 in 1,000 would be able to obtain the inheritance. However, the underground palace of heritage was full of inheritances. As long as one entered the underground palace of heritage, they would definitely obtain the inheritance. However, it was not certain what kind of inheritance they would obtain and whether it was good or bad. No matter what, having the Tai Shui token was equivalent to having an absolute chance to obtain the inheritance. After the tens of thousands of sword of Gojoseon entered the land of heritage, they split up to search for the inheritance. Basically, each inheritance could only be found by one person. If a group of people moved together, it was inevitable that there would be conflicts. It was better to split up and rely on their own abilities. However, there were also some sort of Gojoseon who formed groups, because finding the land of heritage did not necessarily mean that they would obtain the inheritance. There were all kinds of reasons that could occur. Brother Chu, thank you very much. Ning Bufan walked to Chu Mu's side and said seriously. Others did not understand. But Chu Mu understood that Chu Mu did not hold a grudge against him because of his obstruction and did not challenge him. Otherwise, he would most likely be defeated by Chu Mu's sword and lose his place in the Iron Blood battle ranking list. I hope there won't be a next time. Chu Mu glanced at Ning Bufan and said lightly. After all, he wanted to kill his enemy, but was stopped. The anger in his heart could be imagined. I'm sorry, Brother Chu. I have my own insistence. Ning Bufan also said seriously. Chu Mu faintly smiled and didn't say anything else. Ning Bufan was someone who couldn't be reasoned with. He was the type of person who was inflexible. Whatever he set his mind on, it was what it was. He was practically unaffected by others. After taking a deep look at Chu Mu, Ning Bufan turned and left, leaving Chu Mu with a firm back view. With a smile, Chu Mu did not take it seriously. He chose a direction and used his body movement to fly away in search of the land of heritage. There was no distinction between day and night in the land of heritage of the human clan. It was always dusky like the scene at dusk. The sky was unchanged. The faint gray clouds were like dispersed smoke, frozen and motionless, like a spread-out picture scroll. The land was vast and boundless. Further away, there were many shadows, blurring one's vision. Running alone on the vast land, Chu Mu planned to spend some time to find the land of heritage in the land of heritage to see if he could obtain the inheritance. If not, he would use the privilege of the Iron Blood token to enter the underground palace of heritage. Most of the geniuses who had the Iron Blood token had the same idea as him, because even if they immediately entered the underground palace of heritage, they might not be able to obtain a good inheritance. Not every inheritance could be obtained. It required some compatibility. If it was not compatible, the inheritance would be in front of them, but they could not touch it. They could only look at it. The land of heritage was vast. Chu Mu estimated that he had been in there for a day. He kept running, but did not find anything. There was no inheritance. There was nothing. However, he did not lose his patience. It was not that easy to obtain the inheritance. Thinking about it, among tens of thousands of Sword of Gojosian, there were only a few dozen people who could obtain the inheritance. The probability of 1 in 1,000 was too low. Luck played a huge role. Chu Mu was not sure if he could obtain the inheritance. The second day passed, and still no inheritance. The third day passed, and still no inheritance. Let's use the privilege of the Iron Blood token. Chu Mu stopped and looked at the vast land. He took out the Iron Blood token and communicated with the spirit within, which was Iron Blood. Iron Blood, I want to go to the underground palace of heritage. Chu Mu transmitted his thoughts. As you wish. Iron Blood's ancient voice rang out. Immediately, the Iron Blood token trembled and released a circle of dark red light. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped Chu Mu's body. Then, Chu Mu felt that he was wrapped up by a force. It was as if he had traveled through time and space. Time and space flowed backwards in front of him. It seemed like 1,000 years, but it was also just a moment. The scenery in front of Chu Mu changed and finally stabilized. The place he was in was a palace, an underground palace, where the light was even dimmer than in the land of heritage. Chapter 1157. The Underground Palace of Inheritance. The surroundings were spacious, and the walls were filled with pictures of human swordsmen. Some were sitting, some were standing, some were closing their eyes, some are glaring angrily, some are pulling out their swords, some are holding swords. The various forms of swordsmen were here. Could the inheritance be in the pictures? Chu Mu guessed secretly. After staring at the pictures for a long time, Chu Mu couldn't figure it out. He didn't feel anything at all. It was as if the pictures were just ordinary pictures. Could I be wrong? He shook his head and couldn't help but wonder. Although he had done his homework before entering the trial realm, he couldn't take care of everything. He had no idea what the inheritance in the underground palace of inheritance was like. However, it was said that as long as one could enter the underground palace of inheritance, they would definitely be able to obtain the inheritance. Continuing forward in the dim light, Chu Mu met other people as he walked. There were 8 of them. Each of them had a very obscure aura, which made Chu Mu feel threatened. These 8 people were the Shensis of the Heavenly Sword Hall. This time they didn't have other Sword of Gojosian following them, because those Sword of Gojosian didn't have the ability to be listed in the Iron Blood battle list. It's you. The 8 Shensis all saw Chu Mu. Among them, the 9th Shensis was a little surprised. Strictly speaking, this was the second time he had met Chu Mu. The first time was on the way to Iron Blood City. At that time, he was just casually saying it. Now that he saw Chu Mu, he was immediately surprised. A 5-star Sword of Gojosian had entered the underground palace of inheritance. He must be listed in the Iron Blood battle list. Those who could be listed in the Iron Blood battle list were geniuses among geniuses. Chu Mu also nodded at the 9th Shensis. As for the other 7 Shensis, they just glanced at Chu Mu. They didn't speak, but walked in the same direction. Not long after, everyone felt that their eyes seemed to be wide open. Statues stood in the underground palace. Every statue had the appearance of a human. They were all wearing battle armor or robes. They had long hair or short hair. Some were standing upright, while others were holding swords. However, each and every statue possessed a unique charm. It was as if they were not dead, but merely sleeping. Once they woke up, they would definitely shake the heavens and earth. There were a total of 14 people who had entered the inheritance underground palace. In such a huge underground palace, they did not have to worry about not obtaining the inheritance. Everyone spread out to find a suitable inheritance for themselves. He had to confirm whether the inheritance was suitable or not. Standing before the sculpture, he released his spiritual sense to envelop the sculpture and carefully sense the sculpture. Only then would he know whether he could obtain the inheritance or not. Chu Mu took one step at a time as he released his spiritual will and covered each and every one of the statues. Suitable inheritances would cause a slight ripple between his spiritual will and the statues. This underground palace was built by the sword god. At the beginning, every statue was left behind by the sword god's subordinates. Every statue represented a sword Dao expert. They had imprinted all or part of their cultivation techniques into the statues, waiting for the inheritor. At a glance, there were rows and rows of statues. It was as if there was an endless number of them. A dense sword Dao aura filled the surroundings, making people feel comfortable. After spending a full day, Chu Mu's spiritual will carefully sense the hundreds of statues. However, not a single statue resonated with him. This meant that the inheritance of those statues was not suitable for him, and he couldn't obtain the inheritance. However, it didn't matter. There were many statues here, tens of thousands. He still had time to continue sensing and resonating with them. On the second day, 2 people found the resonating statues and began to receive the inheritance. Chu Mu still couldn't find the statue that resonated with him. On the third day, 3 people resonated with the statues and began to receive the inheritance. On the fourth day, 5 people resonated with the statues. However, 2 people didn't accept the inheritance and continued to sense it. On the 5th day, 3 people resonated with the statues. 1 person didn't accept the inheritance and continued to sense it. On the 6th day, of the 14 people, only Chu Mu hadn't accepted the inheritance. In fact, since the 3rd day, Chu Mu had already sensed the statue that resonated with him. After careful inspection, he found that the inheritance was ordinary. After thinking for a while, Chu Mu decided to keep it as a backup since there was still time. On the 4th day, Chu Mu found the second inheritance. After some inspection, he vaguely understood it. However, he still wasn't satisfied. On the 5th day, he found nothing. On the 6th day, he continued to sense it. At this time, the others had already started to receive the inheritance. After glancing at the 13 people, Lin Fan retracted his gaze and locked onto the next statue, continuing to sense it. One statue after another. The 6th day ended and the 7th day arrived. It was also the 10th day since Chu Mu entered the land of inheritance. The statue had his hands clasped behind his back and was looking up at the sky. He looked like a Confucian scholar, elegant and refined. His eyes seemed to transcend the mortal world, as if he could see through the ceiling of the underground palace, see through the sky, and see through the void. A strange aura circled around the statue. It was emitted from within the statue, like layers of water. Feeling the aura from the statue, Chu Mu was startled. The aura felt familiar to him, yet unfamiliar at the same time. With a thought, Chu Mu's body also emitted an aura that was similarly strange. It was ethereal and ethereal, as if it contained great terror. The aura of emptiness, the power of emptiness. The moment Chu Mu's aura was released, a buzz could be heard. The statue shuddered, and its aura resonated with Chu Mu. Chu Mu immediately decided to accept the inheritance of the statue. If he wasn't wrong, the inheritance of the statue should be related to the power of space. Chu Mu had mastered the rules of space, but he hadn't found a suitable method to do so. Therefore, the rules of space had yet to be used, as if it had been left unused. There was no doubt that the power of the rules of space was very strong, but it was also very difficult to comprehend them. If he didn't take the inheritance now, when would he? Raising his head, Chumu looked into the eyes of the statue. His will connected with the power of the rules of space in his spiritual world. In an instant, the resonance between him and the statue deepened. The statue seemed to lower its head, and those eyes that could see through the world looked at Chumu. Their gazes met. With a bang, the world spun. It was as if space had shattered and the world had turned upside down. Everything in the surroundings disappeared. Chumu felt as if he had left the underground palace and arrived in a place of chaos. Darkness and chaos were boundless. There was no light, no sound. Other than Chumu, nothing else existed. Suddenly, a faint light appeared in front of Chumu. It quickly gathered and a figure appeared. Chumu was stunned. This figure was exactly the same as the statue. He was refined and scholarly, aloof and ethereal. After this scholar appeared out of thin air. His indifferent eyes seemed to see through countless spaces and looked at Chumu. Chumu only felt his spirit tremble. In the eyes of the other party, he seemed to see the changes in the void. A storm was formed, and the void was shattered and annihilated. World after world was shattered and disappeared under the void storm. Chumu felt as if he was about to be shattered if not for the rules of space. Junior of the human race, I am the great emperor of shattering void. In my life, I wrote a secret manual. Are you willing to accept my inheritance? The elegant scholar had his hands behind his back. It was as if he was a world by himself. His voice was elegant, as if it came from beyond the 9 heavens. Yes. Chumu didn't hesitate. His purpose of fighting Heyu Li and getting into the Iron Blood 100 battle ranking was to enter the secret realm of inheritance and the underground palace to obtain the inheritance. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, he naturally wouldn't let it go. The words "Great Emperor of Shattering Void" made Chumu's eyes suddenly light up. Great Emperor of Shattering Void. He had never heard of this person. He must be an elite of the human race before the gods fell. What really shocked Chumu was the 2 words Great Emperor. Not every elite had the qualifications to be called a Great Emperor. Eternity Realm was saint. Eternity Realm had 9 heavens, and saints also had 9 stars. Above 9-star saints and below God level. Those who grasped the law of Great Tao were called Great Emperors. Since ancient times, there weren't many elites who could be called Great Emperors. Chumu didn't think that his luck would be so good to be able to obtain the inheritance of a Great Emperor. Great Emperor of Shattering Void, it must be related to space. This was also an inheritance that was extremely suitable for him. Overjoyed, the illusory figure of Great Emperor of Shattering Void suddenly stretched out his hands behind his back, condensing them into a finger that pierced through layers of time and space. A wisp of silvery white gathered at the fingertip and pointed at the space between Chumu's eyebrows. Chumu only felt a wave of coolness in his brain. In a trance, it seemed as if countless silvery white runes, with profound mysteries, poured into Chumu's mind like carps crossing the river. Chumu accepted it passively, wanting to comprehend something, but couldn't comprehend anything. Chumu didn't know how long this inheritance would take to end, but no matter how long it took, it would be completed. In the huge underground palace of inheritance, the human race's 14 sort of Gojosian were all accepting the inheritance, each gaining something. And in the land of inheritance, outside the underground palace of inheritance, many people were constantly searching for the place of inheritance. Once they found the place of inheritance, it was inevitable that there would be competition, survival of the fittest. Those who dared to come to Iron Blood City, which one of them didn't have ambition, and which one of them was willing to fall behind. Competition and killing were inevitable. Time passed slowly, and Iron Blood City was empty, as if it was a dead city. In the area of the 100 races, ancient bronze doors were wide open, filled with endless vicissitudes. Inside the human race's underground palace of inheritance, in the dark chaos, Chumu was still accepting the inheritance. Great Emperor of Shattering Void studied his life's work, and this inheritance was profound and mysterious. as if it was endless. For a moment, even with Chumu's powerful soul, he couldn't accept it all quickly. He only felt that as the runes poured into his mind, his brain seemed to be filled, as if it was stuffed with stones, constantly swelling, and his whole head felt like it was going to explode. Chumu could only rely on his strong willpower and tenacious spirit to hold on, because he knew that if he couldn't, he wouldn't be able to receive the inheritance. Chapter 1158. In the Inheritance Underground Palace, those who could leave behind statues and legacies were basically all saint-level elites, and the legacies left behind by great emperor-level elites were very few. The legacies left behind by each great emperor were no small matter, far surpassing the legacies left behind by saint-level elites. Being able to obtain the legacies left behind by great emperor-level elites was a kind of luck. In the Inheritance Underground Palace, the various races' geniuses were all accepting the legacies, and in the Land of Inheritance, there were also people who found a suitable place to accept the legacies. However, in the Land of Inheritance, it was basically all legacies left behind by saint-level elites. Silver-white runes continuously surged into Chumu's body, and opposite Chumu, the elegant figure of the shattering void great emperor gradually faded, as if the silver-white runes were released from his body continuously. This shattering void great emperor's figure was actually a bit of his will left behind, a bit of will that contained an important legacy, and with the legacy it would gradually dissipate. Chumu passively accepted the legacy, and the silver-white runes continuously surged into his mind, filling it. He gritted his teeth and held on. Before he was in a trance, he seemed to see mountains turning into nothingness under a force, and oceans disappearing without a trace under a force. Even a world, under a force, exploded, collapsed, shrank, and turned into nothingness. After an unknown amount of time, Chumu felt that he could no longer hold on, and was about to collapse. The shattering void great emperor's figure completely faded, disappearing until only a finger was left on Chumu's forehead. That finger shone with silver light and turned into a silver-white rune, and as it spiraled, it was imprinted on Chumu's forehead, forming a unique pattern, and then disappeared between his eyebrows. The last rune seemed to have a mysterious power. Once it entered Chumu's mind, it was like a general taking the role of a commander, giving orders and integrating the countless silver-white runes that were scattered in Chumu's mind. In just a moment, Chumu felt that the swelling in his brain rapidly reduced, and the silver-white runes quickly gathered, finally condensing into a book. A silver-white book, emitting an astonishing fluctuation of spatial power. A silver-white book appeared in Chumu's spiritual world. The inheritance came to an end. His consciousness withdrew from the legacy space and returned to his body. He felt that his body was a little dull, as if he had not moved for too long, causing his blood and qi to stiffen. Chumu knew that this was because his consciousness had been separated from his body for too long. As long as he adapted well and moved around a bit, he would be able to recover. With a thought, the divine wilderness sword essence flowed out from his dantian in a shaky manner. It flowed along his meridians, and at the same time his qi and blood also flowed. His frozen body seemed to be unfrozen and gradually recovered. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Chumu's consciousness and body fused together again. They were completely fused, and he regained control of his body. There was no dust in the underground palace of legacy. Otherwise, Chumu would be covered in dust by now. I wonder how long the succession took. Chumu thought to himself. He looked at other places, looking for other people who had received the inheritance. They had all left, and he was the only one left. The Confucian statue in front of him, the fluctuation of the power of space, had disappeared. It looked like a very ordinary statue. Chumu knew that it was because he had received the inheritance. In the following period of time, this statue would not have any inheritance. He bowed to the Confucian scholar, which was the statue of the shattering void great emperor. This bow was to treat the shattering void great emperor as his teacher. Although he had not carefully comprehended the inheritance he had received, Chumu knew that the inheritance was extraordinary. In the future, his achievements in the path of space would be inseparable from the inheritance of a shattering void great emperor. This bow was worthy of respect. At this moment, Chumu felt that his body was locked by a power that he could not resist. This power had no evil intentions. As the world spun, the statue in front of Chu-mu quickly became blurry. This place. Looking around clearly, Chu-mu was suddenly startled. The sword tower in front of him was so familiar. This place was not the underground palace of inheritance, nor was it the land of inheritance. It was the human area of Iron Blood City, and it was in front of the sword tower owned by Chu-mu. Originally, Chu-mu had planned to return to the land of inheritance after receiving the inheritance in the underground palace of inheritance to search for the inheritance. He did not expect that the time of the inheritance would be used up in the underground palace of inheritance. If he wanted to enter, he could only wait for the next time. And the next time, if he wanted to enter the underground palace of inheritance, it would obviously not be so easy. Striding forward, Chu-mu quickly walked into the sword tower. The iron blood token, after bringing him into the underground palace of inheritance, had disappeared. However, it left an aura on Chu-mu's body, allowing Chu-mu to freely enter and exit the sword tower. Going straight to the second floor, Chu-mu entered the cultivation room and sat cross-legged on an ancient-looking light yellow-brown praying mat. A slight, invisible power emerged from the praying mat, and the fluctuation caused Chu-mu to calm his mind and concentrate. He began to comprehend the inheritance he had obtained this time. The silver-white book in his mental world emitted layers of spatial energy, fluctuations. Chu-mu's space rule power seemed to be resonating with it as it constantly vibrated. Chu-mu could feel that his space rule power was constantly being hammered by an invisible hammer as it constantly vibrated. The impurities were removed, and it became even purer. Although the process was very slow and almost undetectable, Chu-mu could feel that his space rule power was constantly being hammered by an invisible hammer. Chu-mu revealed a joyful expression. The cultivation of the rule of space was the most difficult of all the rule of space he had grasped. Its grade had indeed reached the peak of the divine realm, but in terms of mastery it was at the lowest level, which was the early foundational level. Chu-mu had not spent any time cultivating the rule of space, resulting in the transformation of the rule of space into the rule of space, and it remained at the early foundational level. If he wanted to improve the mastery level of the rule of space, it would undoubtedly take a lot of time to cultivate, and the improvement would be slow. To reach the microscopic level was many times more difficult than other rule of space power. In addition, without a suitable method to use the rule of space, Chu-mu would not allocate his time to it. Now, it was different because he had obtained the inheritance of shattering Void Tear, Great Emperor. Originally, he thought that he had the method to cultivate the rule of space, but unexpectedly, the silver-white book actually drove the rule of space power, constantly tempering it. Even if Chu-mu did not cultivate it, the rule of space would also improve under the resonance, improving the mastery level. Carefully feeling it, his mastery of the rule of space surpassed the past, reaching the middle foundational level. Perhaps it was because he had received the inheritance previously. This was an unexpected surprise. After the excitement, Chu-mu calmed down and focused his consciousness on the silver-white book. The silver-white book floated in the spiritual world out of thin air, majestic and motionless, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Waves of mysterious fluctuations spread out from it. Chu-mu's consciousness saw the 4 large words on the cover of the silver-white book. The 4 large words were outlined with silver light. The silver light on those 4 words was actually a kind of power, the power of space. The words were very ancient, obviously the words of the age of gods. Chu-mu could not understand them at all, but he understood the meaning of those 4 words. The Shattering Void Secret Tome. This was the inheritance of Shattering Void Tear, Great Emperor, and also the secret tome that the refined scholar had said he had written in his life. With a thought, he communicated with the shattering void secret tome. Suddenly, the cover of the shattering void secret tome opened to the first page. The first page was the preface. Heaven and earth are vast and mighty. The realms are boundless. The preface was the preface of the secret tome, and also the words that shattering void tear Great Emperor left at the front of the secret tome. It was very mysterious. Every word turned into a flying silver-white rune, leaving the page and imprinting into Chu Mu's consciousness. After reading the preface opened, and he entered the first page of the main body. On the first page, Chu Mu only felt a flash before his eyes, and the words once again turned into silver-white runes. As they flew, they turned into chains, surging into Chu Mu's consciousness, and were absorbed by Chu Mu, grasping little by little. Not long after, Chu Mu completely absorbed the contents of the first page of the shattering, void, secret tome. He did not rush to open the second page, but instead calmed his mind and focused on comprehending the contents of the first page. As he comprehended, time passed, and unknowingly, Chu Mu had already sat in meditation for a day. Like Chu Mu, the people who obtained the inheritance, after returning, began to comprehend what they had obtained and cultivate. They strived to convert it into strength as quickly as possible and raise their own strength in order to face the even crueler competition of the 100 species. No one dared to relax. Even those who did not receive the inheritance worked hard to cultivate, striving for the later competition to obtain benefits and improve their strength. The trial world only opened once every 100 years. It wasn't easy to enter. It could be said that after entering this time, no one would have the chance to enter again the next time it opened. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, After meditating for 3 days, Chu Mu opened his eyes. A faint silver light flashed in his eyes, as if his pupils were covered with a layer of silver, giving off a mysterious and ethereal feeling. A smile appeared on his face. In these 3 days, he had thoroughly comprehended the method recorded on the first page of the shattering, void, secret tome. This method didn't possess much power, but it was very practical. This method was called Opening World. Opening World, as the name implied, was to open up a space or even a world. The lowest requirement to cultivate Opening World was to grasp the rules of space. Only by grasping the rules of space could one begin to cultivate the Opening World method. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Right now, Chu Mu was able to cultivate the Opening World method. Now that he had finished comprehending it, he adjusted his breathing, causing his essence, energy, and divine to reach their peak. Then he began to cultivate the Opening World method. He sat down cross-legged on a praying mat, his body motionless. His consciousness was immersed in his mind as he reviewed the Opening World method. After grasping the essence of it, Chu Mu lifted his hands. His 10 fingers were like blooming lotus flowers, and faint traces of ethereal energy spread out from between his fingers. Chapter 1159. A mysterious fluctuation suddenly spread out. Some of the sword of Gojoseon on the first floor of the sword gauntlet felt it. They raised their heads and looked up. Their gazes seemed to penetrate the roof and see what was happening on the second floor. They didn't understand this mysterious fluctuation, but they were sure that the sword of Gojoseon on the second floor, Chu Mu, was cultivating the inheritance that he had obtained. Thinking of the word inheritance, they couldn't help but feel envious. His 10 fingers moved together, and each finger was injected with a trace of the power of the rules of space. In the void, silver-white runes were drawn. These runes contained a mysterious power. This was the 3rd day that Chu Mu had been cultivating the realm opening technique. On the first day, he could only draw runes. On the second day, the runes could coexist. On the 3rd day, the runes were connected as one. Lines of runes were arranged in an orderly manner from top to bottom, left to right, forming a square space. Suddenly, Chu Mu's eyes flashed, and a silver-white luster shot out. He exhaled and pushed his palms forward. The momentum was heavy, as if he was pushing a heavy mountain. The silver-white runes exploded, but the powerful force didn't disperse. Instead, it merged into the space. "Open!" A loud shout suddenly exploded, like a clap of thunder. Chu-Mu put his palms together and suddenly separated them. It was as if he was opening something. The power of the rules of space in his spiritual world also surged out. The void-breaking secret manual trembled and released a power. Chu-Mu felt as if the void under the two palms was being pushed open. He couldn't see it, nor could he touch it. However, he could feel that there was a small space in front of him. It had a direct connection with him, as if it was born from him. Or rather, it was born from his power of the rules of space. Finally, the realm opening is completed. Chu-Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, it's too small. 1 cubic meter. The space that Chu-Mu had opened up was only 1 cubic meter in size. Compared to Chu-Mu's space ring, this space could not be any smaller. Although the space was not big, it could be used to store some of the more important things. If Chu-Mu had such a small space before, he could store the important things in it without them being taken away by the space pirates of the evil dragon pirate gang, which would make all his gains disappear. Such a small space would normally be hidden in the world. Even if it was someone who had comprehended the power of space, unless their attainments were higher than Chu-Mu's and they were more experienced and observant, they wouldn't be able to sense it when Chu-Mu used it. In other words, as long as Chu-Mu didn't use the miniature space and remained hidden in heaven and earth, only those whose comprehension of the Tao of space far surpassed Chu-Mu's could sense him. Storing the important treasures in the miniature space was undoubtedly much safer than storing them in the space ring. With a thought, the 3 origin fruits and the 5-colored jade that he had asked him to give to the sect leader of the 5 elements sect flew out of the space ring. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the void. However, Chu-Mu could clearly sense that the 3 origin fruits and the 5-colored jade had appeared in his portable space. The portable space was not big. It was only 1 cubic meter in size. It could not store many things either. Therefore, Chu-Mu only planned to use this portable space to store some of the more important treasures. The more ordinary items would be stored in the space ring. For example, primal pills, elixirs, and so on. These were all more common and commonly used items. Moreover, the portable space would not always be 1 cubic meter in size. It would expand as one's grasp of the Tao of space deepened. For example, when one's grasp of the Tao of space reached the microscopic realm, the portable space would expand by several times or even more. In fact, Chu-Mu's Tao of space was very high, reaching the peak of the high god realm. Therefore, the portable space he opened was only 1 cubic meter in size. If it was any lower, it would not have reached 1 cubic meter. With a thought, the portable space disappeared into heaven and earth, as if it was hidden in the depths of heaven and earth. It only maintained a faint connection with Chu-Mu's consciousness. Although the portable space was successfully opened, it did not increase Chu-Mu's strength in the slightest. Chu-Mu closed his eyes again, immersing his consciousness into his spiritual world as he communicated with the Void Breaker Secret Codex once more. The Void Breaker Secret Codex flipped open to the second page. On the second page of the Void Breaker Secret Codex, a silver light flashed as words flew up one after another, resembling silver-white runes that rushed into Chu-Mu's consciousness. Chu-Mu continued to accept the contents of the second page. The contents of the second page seemed to be a little more than the first page. Moreover, unlike the method of opening the portable space on the first page, the contents of the second page were very useful for Chu-Mu's improvement of strength. Sword art. The contents of the second page were a sword art. Silver-white runes rushed into Huang Xiaolong's consciousness. Words after words, paragraphs after paragraphs of words, and figures dancing with swords. About half an hour later, the light on the second page dissipated, and the Void Breaker's secret codex closed again. Chu Mu's consciousness was immersed in comprehending. A silver-white figure holding a silver-white long sword swung around in Chu Mu's consciousness. Every move seemed simple, but in fact it was incomparably profound. As the figure danced with the sword, there were also paragraphs of chants. Coordinating with each other, Chu Mu was able to clearly comprehend each move. 2 hours later, the cross-legged Chu Mu still didn't open his eyes, but his right index finger and middle finger were like a sword, suddenly thrusting forwards, gently tapping the void. In a trance, the void beneath his fingertips rippled like ripples on water, slowly spreading out like a cool breeze. The sword fingers followed the momentum and drew a line, as if they were cutting across a calm surface of water, leaving behind a thin and straight line. Faint traces of silver emitted an ethereal aura. The sword fingers seemed to overlap with the figure in Huang Xiaolong's mind. His fingers were like a sword, and the fluctuations of the power of space twined around him. Earth-class top-grade sword art. Minor 8 styles of the Void Breaker. Strictly speaking, this was the first Earth-class top-grade sword art that Chu Mu had truly cultivated. Although the Mountain Sea sword art was also an Earth-class top-grade sword art, among the 4 types of power of heaven and earth, Chu Mu had only grasped a portion. There were still 1 or 2 types that he hadn't grasped. Therefore, he had only cultivated the sword moves of the Mountain Sea sword art. He was simply unable to truly unleash the power of the Mountain Sea sword art. Before obtaining the void-shattering secret manual, the strongest sword art that Chu Mu had grasped was the Earth-class middle-grade Autumn Water Eternal Sky sword art. But as the opponents he encountered became stronger and stronger, the Autumn Water Eternal Sky sword art was no longer enough to deal with stronger enemies. Chu Mu urgently needed a sword art that was even more powerful. The lesser 8 styles of void shattering came at the right time. Although the lesser 8 styles of void shattering only contained 1 type of power of heaven and earth, the power of space was ranked the highest among the various types of power of heaven and earth. It belonged to the top of the power of heaven and earth, and was countless times more superior than the power of heaven and earth, like the 5 elements of wind and thunder. No matter what, the lesser 8 styles of void shattering was an earth-class top-grade sword art. The power of heaven and earth alone was not inferior to the fusion of the 4 types of power of heaven and earth. In the inheritance, Chu Mu had comprehended the lesser 8 styles of void shattering. There were a total of 8 styles. The sword moves of these 8 styles were actually not difficult at all. The greatest difficulty lay in the power of space. But Chu Mu had grasped the power of space. In addition to his solid foundation in sword arts, he had grasped the essence of sword arts, comprehended sword power, and reached the 2nd level. With his incomparable comprehension, he quickly comprehended the lesser 8 styles of void shattering. 8 styles, which meant 8 moves or 8 swords, piercing, cutting, and so on. It seemed like a very simple sword move. On the 2nd level of the sword tower, Chu Mu was practicing his sword. With the 5-phase sword in hand, his figure suddenly moved and slashed out. The angle of this slash could be said to be perfect. Most importantly, under the sword, there was the fluctuation of the power of space rules. As the sword slashed out, the space under the sword was like water. 1 move after another, the swords were connected. In Chu Mu's sword, the fluctuation of space became more and more obvious. Layer after layer, it spread out endlessly. After practicing a few times, Chu Mu stopped and stood up. He adjusted his breath and comprehended at the same time. The lesser 8 styles of void shattering was an earth-class top-grade sword art. Not only could it be used in battle, but it could also play a good supporting role in the cultivation of the power of space rules. In the following days, Chu Mu stayed on the 2nd level of the sword tower and cultivated quietly. He could not neglect the divine wilderness sword essence. Neither could he neglect the astral calamity technique. The lesser 8 styles of void shattering was the most important. Chu Mu also did not neglect his sword arts. Now his sword arts attainments were at the peak of 10th stage horizontally and at the middle stage of the god realm vertically. It was gradually increasing to the late stage, but to reach the peak he still needed time, a lot of time. Although Chu Mu also wanted to master the sword domain, he also knew that he could not rush. Once he mastered the sword domain, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds, but to master it was very difficult. Now, the focus was still on the lesser 8 styles of void shattering. As long as he mastered the lesser 8 styles of void shattering, his attack power would increase exponentially and become more powerful. During the cultivation, Chu Mu also communicated with the void shattering secret manual again. Unfortunately, he did not know if it was because he did not master the lesser 8 styles of void shattering, or because his grasp of the power of space rules was too low, but Chu Mu could not open the 3rd page of the void shattering secret manual, nor could he obtain any inheritance. Cultivation. Chu Mu was like he was possessed. In the outside world, the geniuses of the 100 races also took action one after another to fight for a place in the Iron Blood 100 Battles ranking. The ranking this time was a little different from before. It was no longer based on the distance to the Iron Blood 100 Battles steel. Relatively speaking, it was more challenging and more dangerous. If one was not careful, they could die. A new 1,000 places appeared on the Iron Blood 100 Battles ranking. Compared to the previous time, most of them were newcomers, but this was also because most of the people on the ranking last time were still cultivating. Chapter 1160. Chu Mu had exited seclusion. On the 1st floor of the Sword Gauntlet, there were only a few 7-star and 8-star sort of Gojosian who seemed to be cultivating or recuperating. There was not a single 9-star sort of Gojosian to be seen. Arriving at the foot of the 100 Battle stele, Chu Mu stared at the names on the stele. Most of them were names he hadn't seen before. The first round of the 100 Battle stele was based on the distance to the 100 Battle stele, then based on individual challenges. Now was the second round. The rules were different. Outside Iron Blood City, a new piece of wasteland appeared, seemingly endless. Wild beasts roamed this wasteland. Among these wild beasts, even the weakest one was at the early high-level Beast King realm, equivalent to an early 9-star King Realm Master. Unless a 9-star King Realm Master had the strength of a 9-star King Realm Master, otherwise it would be hard for them to survive in this wasteland filled with wild beasts. The vast wasteland was filled with countless wild beasts. Most of the 100 tribes' geniuses would enter this wasteland to hunt wild beasts. Even those who had yet to reach the 9-star King realm would form groups to increase their strength. Hunting wild beasts was for battle results. Battle results were for the sake of ranking on the 100 Battle stele. At the very least, they had to obtain the qualification to enter the secret land of inheritance. The first time the secret land of inheritance opened, anyone could enter to search for opportunities and obtain the inheritance. However, the second time the secret land of inheritance opened, there were conditions. If one couldn't meet the conditions, they wouldn't be able to enter. Anyone who dared to come to Iron Blood City was unwilling to be mediocre. Chu Mu walked out of Iron Blood City, entering the beast training wasteland. Countless wild beasts roared like thunder, galloping across the endless wasteland. Killing intent filled the air. Endless battles raged on. The moment Huang Xiaolong stepped into the beast training wasteland, an undetectable killing intent seeped out from the ground. The 5 phases sword flew out from its scabbard. A sharp glint of light pierced through the ground. Low high god realm sword intent, law force, pure divine barren sword essence, and powerful earthquaking force were all gathered at the tip of the sword, penetrating the sword tip. With a bang, a muffled sound came from the ground. With a slight tremor, the 5 phases swords were drawn out. Underground, a small figure suddenly trembled and exploded. It was a member of the Earth Demon clan who had wanted to ambush Chu Mu, but had died under Chu Mu's sword. In the beast training wasteland, not only were the beast training wasteland dangerous, there were also the foreign races. After killing the Earth demon genius with a single sword strike, Chu Mu's eyes shone with a sharp light. A faint silver light flashed through his eyes as the light pierced through the air. His heart was filled with excitement. Smelling the scent of blood in the air and sensing the endless killing intent, Chu Mu's blood began to boil. The lesser 8 styles of Shattering Void could be displayed to his heart's content. Holding the 5 phase swords in his hand, Chu Mu's figure gradually sped up. His divine sense shrouded the surroundings, and his perception was raised to the extreme. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, Chu Mu could sense every movement, even the movement of dust. Wanting to ambush Chu Mu was clearly an impossible task. As he walked past a huge rock, the rock suddenly trembled and shattered. A sharp mouth opened, revealing a mouth filled with jagged fangs that bit towards Chu Mu, wanting to swallow Chu Mu whole. Without even turning his head, a sword slashed through the air. It was simple, but there was also a trace of emptiness. The sword light flashed, the second style of the lesser 8 styles of Shattering Void. The sword light flashed, leaving behind a faint mark in the air. The sharp mouth that bit towards Chu Mu paused and then broke. Blood spurted out, and Chu Mu once again slashed out with his sword. The first style of the lesser 8 styles of Shattering Void, the sword pierced out, leaving behind a fine silver line in the air. With a poochie sound, the sword pierced through and killed the high-level beast. A red light flew out from the beast's body and entered Chu Mu's body. Chu Mu instantly felt that he had 1 more merit point. Early advanced beast training was worth 1 merit point. Middle advanced beast training was worth 5 merit points. Late advanced beast training was worth 10 merit points, and peak advanced beast training was worth 15 merit points. Super level beast was at least 50 merit points. However, super level beast strength was extremely tyrannical and could easily kill a 9-star peak king level beast. They were not to be trifled with. Even the geniuses on the Iron Blood 100 battle ranking would not have an easy time killing super level beast. The second time entering the Land of Inheritance requires 100 merit points. Without even looking at the early high-level beast that he killed with 2 slashes, Chu Mu continued to move stealthily and said to himself, 100 merits wasn't a lot. Killing 2 super training beasts was enough. Of course, super training beasts weren't easy to kill, as they were too fierce. If they were high-ranking training beasts or peak-high-ranking training beasts, there would only be 7 of them. To Chu Mu, this wasn't hard. Humans wanted to kill to train beasts, and training beasts also needed to kill. Slaughter was happening in this wasteland. The sword technique that came with ease killed the beasts in the wasteland. With a slash, the space fluctuated slightly. Sword light condensed into a line, like a silver light piercing through the air, instantly killing. Chu Mu had already practiced the lesser 8 styles of Shattering Void to an extremely proficient level. This Earth-class top-tier sword technique was different from other sword techniques. Like other sword techniques, each move could be split into many styles. Only when the many styles were combined to form a sword would it be a complete sword move. However, the lesser 8 styles of Shattering Void really only had 8 styles, 1 style and 1 sword. That was all. With Chu Mu's foundation of sword techniques, it was easy to learn the 8 styles. It was also easy to familiarize himself with the 8 styles. The key point of this sword technique was the power of space. Using the sword, how to mobilize the power of space to complement each style of the sword technique had different considerations. The first style was stab. When the sword stabbed out, it focused on the power passing through the sword tip, condensing all the power to the sword tip. The second style was slice, condensing all the power to the sword tip. The third style was slash. The lesser 8 styles of Shattering Void was displayed by Chu Mu one style after another. 1 style, 1 sword, 1 style, continuously killing the beasts. One after another, the beasts died under Chu Mu's sword, providing Chu Mu with merit points. It also allowed Chu Mu's lesser 8 styles of Shattering Void to experience the baptism of blood, becoming more and more proficient. With a loud rumble, an axe light fell like thunder from the 9 heavens, extremely domineering. A high-level middle-level beast was crushed by this thunderous axe light. Tyrannical, domineering, human die. After killing a high-level middle-level beast with a single axe, the strange race's king, level beast, saw Chu Mu and roared like thunder. He leaped up, raised his axe with both hands, and chopped down. Even if it was a mountain, it would be split apart by this axe. The domineering axe wanted to crush Chu Mu. Chu Mu raised his head, his eyes calm. Silver light flowed in his eyes, and the 5 phases, sword slashed out. Level 2 sword force, spatial precepts, and other powers were all condensed into the sword. This was just one sword. With one sword slash, the space under the sword was cut open like a pancake, and a small black mark appeared, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. When the strange race's king saw this, his face changed, and his heart was filled with fear. However, the axe's momentum could not be retracted, and he could only slightly adjust his axe to meet Chu Mu's sword slash. After breaking the sword, he would turn around and run. This was the thought of the strange race's king, level beast. However, he soon realized that this thought was too naive. That seemingly simple sword slash cut the domineering axe apart as if it was a piece of bamboo and continued to slash towards him. It was too fast. Before he could react, the thin silver line brought by the sword slash had already cut through his waist. The pain was slight, but it was enough to make one collapse, and it instantly engulfed his entire body. As he convulsed, his upper and lower body were separated from his waist. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, as if it was not cut open. It was very uniform. Although he was cut in half, he did not die. He struggled, and his internal organs were covered in blood. This late-stage 9-star king realm alien genius was killed with a single slash. If it was before, although Chu Mu also had the ability to kill this person, it would be at least 3 slashes and at most 10 slashes. But now he only needed 1 slash to kill him. After this strange race's death, Chu Mu picked up his interspatial ring as his spoils of war. The divine army order on the back of his left hand increased his battle merits. As long as he had the divine army order, he would be able to obtain battle merits, no matter where he killed a strange race. The earth demon race that he had just killed was able to sneak underground. This was their race's innate ability. Although Chu Mu could pierce his sword into the ground and transmit energy to kill them, he could not burrow into the ground to retrieve their corpses. Of course, if he wanted to, he could spend some time to dig up the ground and retrieve the corpses. At that time, he would naturally be able to obtain the interspatial ring. However, that would be too troublesome. The ground here was extremely hard, and it was not easy to dig more than 10 meters deep. Moreover, there were many strange race geniuses in the beast refinement wasteland. If he wanted to obtain spoils of war, he would not lack one. Killing beast refinement wasteland could earn him merit points, and killing strange races could earn him battle merits. The former was useful in Iron Blood City, while the latter could be used after leaving the trial world. Comprehending the essence of swordsmanship, mastering a grade 2 sword force, and adding in his low high god realm sword intent and space law force. Every move of the lesser 8 forms void shattering was more powerful than most top earth grade sword arts, even comparable to a low heaven grade sword art. It was a terrifying sight to behold. If Chu Mu could grasp the essence of the lesser 8 forms void shattering, its power would rise to another level. At that time, surpassing a low heaven grade sword skill would not be an impossible matter. Moving forward, fighting, killing beast refinement wasteland, killing strange races, Chu Mu felt his comprehension of the lesser 8 forms void shattering deepened, becoming more proficient. Perhaps after he grasped the essence of this top Earth-grade sword skill, the lesser 8 forms void-shattering, a new inheritance would appear in the void-shattering secret manual. Chu Mu was looking forward to it. Beast refinement wasteland, strange race geniuses. Clasping the 5 phases sword in his right hand, Chu Mu's gaze looked into the distance. You all will be my whetstone, sharpening the lesser 8 forms void-shattering, allowing me to grasp the essence of the lesser 8 forms void-shattering. His words were as light as the wind. Inexplicably, many strange races felt a chill in their hearts, as if something terrible was about to happen. Chapter 1161. 1 month, 30 days, time passed and the world changed. Every day, the 1,000 names on the Iron Blood 100 battle steel in the center of Iron Blood City would change. Killing foreign races would earn 1 battle points and spoils of war, but one would not be able to obtain the merit points for killing the other party's tamed beasts. If one wanted merit points, they could only kill tamed beasts. Fortunately, the tamed beasts in the beast training wasteland seemed to be endless. No matter how many tamed beasts were killed, there was no end to them. 1 month later, Chu Mu's name returned to the Iron Blood 100 battle steel. In this month, the number of high-grade tamed beasts that died under his sword was too many. If they weren't at the peak of the high-grade tamed beasts, he could kill them with a single slash. There were also many foreign races that died under his sword. His battle points in the Divine Army Order increased by a lot. In this month, Chu Mu did not return to Iron Blood City. He was constantly fighting and killing. His fierce name spread far and wide. Every race knew of his existence. Of course, Chu Mu was not the only one whose fierce name spread far and wide. He was just one of many. Chu Mu, you dare to kill my golden feather race? Today, this crown prince will tear you to pieces. A golden feather race clansman spread out his golden wings, standing high in the air like a god descending from the heavens. None of you are allowed to interfere. His name was Jin Yui, the 3rd crown prince of the golden feather race. His talent was outstanding, and his strength was tyrannical. Although he was not a god prince of the golden feather race's deity's temple, he was still considered a top genius under the god princes. His sharp claws were stained with the blood of foreign races and humans. His fierce name spread far and wide. There were other golden feather race clansmen around him. They were Jin Yui's loyal followers. Other than that, there were also other races' geniuses scattered around watching. Rather than watching, it was better to be a fisherman. Watching Chu Mu and Jin Yu's fight, no matter who won or lost, there was a chance that they would both be injured. When that happened, they would take the opportunity to attack and perhaps kill the opponent. Chu Mu raised his head, looking at Jin Yui in the air. A smile appeared on his face, and in the depths of his eyes, there were traces of silver. That was the color of low-level High God Realm Space Law Force, and also the color of Grade 2 Sword Force. The 3rd Crown Prince of the Golden Feather Race, Jin Yui, should be beheaded. Kill! Jin Yui shouted. His baleful aura filled the air. His sharp claws clawed at the air, and in an instant a golden claw appeared in the air. It was like the claw of an ancient divine bird, and with a single swipe it tore the air apart. The 5 phases sword was raised, and a sword pierced the sky. The power penetrated the tip of the sword, and a silver light flashed. It was as if the sword had pierced a hole in the sky. It was extremely penetrative. With one slash, the huge golden claw image actually collapsed. Spatial energy. This human has actually mastered the power of space. As soon as the outsiders saw Chu Mu's sword, their expressions flickered, and they began to cry out in shock. The humans, the sword of Gojosian, were equally shocked and delighted. Chu Mu was the sword of Gojosian, a genius of the human race. His strength was good for the human race, but bad for the outsiders. Since ancient times, any genius who had mastered the power of space would be able to become a king of the same level when they grew up. The eyes of the outsiders were filled with killing intent. They would not allow Chu Mu to grow. The eyes of the Golden Feather Race's third prince, Jin Yui, shone with a terrifying, killing intent. Human, even if you have mastered the power of space, I will still kill you today. Raising his claws, he slashed out continuously. Streaks of golden claw images tore through the air, enveloping Chu Mu's body. It was like a storm wanting to tear Chu Mu to pieces. Hei Yuli had also used this move before, but under Jin Yui's claws, it was several times stronger than Hei Yuli's. The surrounding space was about to shatter, forming a void storm. In the eyes of the others, Jin Yui's claws were extremely terrifying. The sky was filled with claw images, and they felt a chill run down their spines. However, in Chu Mu's eyes, the gaps were obvious. Because he had mastered the power of space, these claws caused the space to fluctuate slightly. To those who had not mastered the power of space, it was profound, but to Chu Mu it was simple. Waving the 5 phase swords, sword images appeared in the air, shattering the golden claw images one by one. Then Chu Mu leaped up, as if he had become one with his sword, and slashed towards Jin Yui in the air. The combination of the power of space and the power of level 2 sword energy produced a terrifying power. It silently sliced through the air and space. Jin Yui's expression changed. The golden wings on his back flapped, and his body turned into a blur. He soared into the sky, and the silver sword slashed out. Only a golden feather was sent flying. Human, you dare to injure me. Jin Yui seemed to have been greatly humiliated. His eyes were bloodshot, and he went berserk. A terrifying aura surged out from Jin Yui's body. An illusory figure seemed to rise from Jin Yui's body. That illusory figure spiraled in the air like an ancient, divine bird. The golden wings on Jin Yui's back flapped crazily. Golden light filled the air, and a buzzing sound could make people dizzy. The Golden Feather Race's innate ability. Someone exclaimed. The third prince is going to use the 1,000 feather kill. The human will definitely die. The geniuses of the Golden Feather Race shouted. A strong sense of danger rose up. The golden wings on Jin Yui's back flapped rapidly. Golden feathers seemed to leave the wings and flew into the air. Thousands of feathers circled in the air, increasing his speed to the maximum. Then they locked onto Chu Mu. With a flap of his wings, 1,000 golden feathers shot out, filling the air and forming a golden torrent. Each feather was like a divine sword, wanting to tear Chu Mu apart. Jin Yui's 1,000 feather kill was 10 times stronger than Hei Yuli's 100 feather kill. If it was before, Chu Mu definitely wouldn't be able to resist, but now his figure slowly descended from the air. Facing him was the torrent of golden feathers, sharp as blades, cutting through everything, tearing everything to shreds. A bright light flashed in his left hand, emitting a chilling aura. Indistinctly, there seemed to be the sound of thunder. The wind and lightning sword appeared in his hand. Both hands gripped the swords, forming a cross, slashing out. The silver-white cross sword light cut through the air, aiming for the torrent of golden feathers. Chu Mu didn't expect this sword strike to be able to resist Jin Yui's innate ability, 1,000 feather kill. Therefore, he brandished the sword with both hands, stabbing and slashing. Every sword strike was from the lesser 8 forms void shattering sword technique. Every sword strike was infused with High God Realm Space Law Force and Grade 2 Sword Force. Explosions sounded, and a violent storm swept out, causing the surrounding geniuses to retreat. The ground was lifted by more than 3 feet. Chu Mu's figure was submerged in the torrent of golden feathers. Within the golden feathers, there were traces of silvery white. Space Law Force, Sword Force. This human's talent is too terrifying. He must be killed. The other races retreated, but their eyes were fixated on the golden torrent. If Chu Mu didn't die, they would find a chance to kill him. Of course, it would be best if Chu Mu died under Jin Yui's 1,000 feather kill. saving them the trouble. As for Jin Yui, they would also find a chance to kill him. Killing other races' geniuses was also a way to strengthen their own race. When the golden torrent dispersed, everyone was shocked. Chumu was actually still alive. His robe was in tatters, and there were some wounds on his body, but he was still alive. The Golden Feather Race's crown prince is only Sozo. With a light shout, Chumu's figure shook in the air. Both of his feet stepped out, and under the high-frequency vibration, a powerful force was generated. His entire body was like an arrow, and his two swords were like wings, rushing towards Jin Yui. The 1,000-feather kill didn't kill Chumu, and it didn't even injure him severely. Those light injuries didn't affect Chumu's strength. Jin Yui was shocked. While he was still in a daze, Chumu had already arrived before him. Two swords slashed. The sword was executed with full force, and the speed was extremely fast. Jin Yui was shocked, and he quickly flapped his wings to dodge. However, he was still a bit too slow. With a slash, one of his wings was cut off and blood spurted out. He lost his balance and fell down. Chumu's figure stopped in the air, and he turned around. Like a falling star, he crossed his swords and slashed. Jin Yui was in danger. Attack! Don't kill my race's third prince. Jin Yui's followers were shocked, and they all attacked. With a flap of their wings, figures broke through the air and rushed towards Chumu to save Jin Yui. The situation changed too quickly. Attack! The human race's sword of Gojoseon also reacted. Sword after sword, they attacked the Golden Feather Race. Chaos. I love it. Kill. Chumu injured Jin Yui, causing the situation to become chaotic. The various races' geniuses all attacked, and no matter who it was, as long as they weren't from their own race, they could kill them. The sudden change startled Chumu. The Golden Feather Race's geniuses attacked, and there were many other races' geniuses targeting him. Their terrifying killing intent locked onto him, and his sword intent trembled. If it wasn't for his indestructible attribute, it would have been dangerous. Chumu calmly dealt with the incoming killing intent. His body fell, and his two swords danced. Streaks of silver-white sword light burst through the air, slicing through space. Chumu pushed the lesser 8 styles of void shattering to the extreme. The Golden Feather Race's geniuses circled around, and their sharp claws clashed with the swords. Chumu immediately borrowed the force of the collision to increase his speed and rushed towards Jin Yui. The Golden Feather Race's geniuses were incomparably furious. This human was actually willing to risk being killed by them to kill Jin Yui. His killing intent was firm, and the injured Jin Yui was terrified. Wings were the symbol of the Golden Feather Race, and also an extremely important part of their body. Their injuries weren't light. Kill! The two swords sliced through the air, slashing through Jin Yui's body. Chumu's body was also hit by several powerful attacks. With a bang, his tattered robes were torn apart, and fresh blood spurted out from the wounds on his body. His entire body was sent flying. Chumu's consciousness was hazy, but his will was firm. He exploded with the last of his strength, burning his blood essence and using the imperial sword technique. Borrowing the force of the impact, his speed exceeded the limit, and in an instant he disappeared from everyone's sight. Chase! We can't let him escape, a foreign race member said, and quickly chased after Chumu.